Good morning, good morning. Morning, Joanne. Morning, everyone. Grab your coffees. We might have a wild day here. Wild day of trading coming on. Welcome, welcome. How's my audio sound? I got a kind of a different setup here today. Morning, Michael. Morning, SVGE. Morning, John. Audio's good? Okay, cool. How does the music sound in the background? Is there any static or anything like that? Good morning, good morning. It's good? Perfect. Got a different setup here. We got an additional screen now. Check this out. So now, multiple screen functionality, I can always have something up. Kind of excited about that. Let's go over here. So we're in the pre-market still for another 8 minutes or so. And let's see here. Up just a few percentage from yesterday in the, aftermarket, pre-market, whatever you want to call it. For AMC, GameStop, up just a tiny bit. We got that new short interest data that came in. It's honestly about what we expected. One thing that's a concern about this short interest data is the fine for not reporting it accurately is so low relative to what hedge funds could potentially lose. The hedge funds who are really shorting these stocks, you know, they have the potential to lose billions of dollars, but the fine is like 200 grand or something like that if they don't report the data right. So that's a little bit sketchy, but we'll go over some news and other data in a little while here. Pause forward. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind liking the stream, if you just joined in, help push this out a little bit. Good morning, good morning. Tell you, Sundial Growers has been hot. We were talking about that on Monday, and I mean, they've just been popping off. Let's see here. On the stream on Monday, there was someone who said they had bought $2 worth of Sundial Growers, and I was like, you know what, maybe that $2 will turn into $3. And the next day he emails me and says, hey, my $2 turned into $3. Let's see, 5-day. Crazy. So this was when we were talking about it, and boom. I've looked into him a little bit more, and I'm still not sure why this is. Oh, there he's in the chat here. SVG almost doubled his $2. Don't you wish you put in $20,000? I'm still not sure exactly why this one is popping off so much. Looking into it, it doesn't. Besides the fact that it has popularity, I don't know why it has popularity. Cannabis company from Canada. You know, they're decent sized, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe it's the share price being so low that makes it a little bit more attractive. But I thought that this was interesting. Here, Sundial Growers. I think it was most orders on Fidelity yesterday out of any stock. This tiny little company. More than GameStop, more than AMC. Also, this is the first day of more sells than buys I've seen for GameStop and AMC. But that might change today. We will see. We might have some craziness here right up into open. You know, it'd be about time that we have a good day for both AMC and GameStop. BlackBerry actually down 2% before market. We'll dive into all their short interest after the market opens. Market opens in 4 minutes. So grab your coffees. Let's settle in a little bit here. I got a coffee and a Rockstar. I don't know if that's the healthiest thing I've ever done, but these white can Rockstars, best flavor energy drink. I try not to have too many energy drinks, but man, the flavor on that, top notch. Thank you for tuning in, Scott. If there's certain stocks that you want me to pin on this sidebar here, let me know. If I see your chat, I'll try and pin it here. We can only have so many showing at any one time. BLSP, let's see. Check this out here. I don't know anything about BLSP. Let's pull them up here real quick. A medical device company that develops, manufactures, markets, and sells laser systems in dentistry and medicine. The company markets, sells, and distributes dental imaging equipment, including cone beam digital X-ray. Okay. Yeah, they've seen a nice little jump in the last few days. From about $1.10 to $1.40, up 40% in the last 3 or so days. Let's go back here right before open. We got about a minute before market open, up 3% on AMC. Pretty flat on GameStop, but up 0.8%, fluctuating, of course. So here we are on the 15-minute intervals. You can see it's kind of like buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, sell, sell. So it's all over the place, pretty volatile this morning. Should be opening any second here. Let's see. I don't know. We'll see if there's a ramp up right when it opens. Definitely might be. I mean, with the price so cheap now relative, you would think there'd be a lot of people jumping in to buy. At this point, I've just been considering buying some more shares just to average down a little bit and not have such heavy losses on my AMC stock. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of like, there's not even any point in my selling. All right, we're seeing some buys. We just opened up, so we will see. Let's put this down to the 1 minute. You can see GameStop right here. We can see our buy and sell orders. A lot of buying going on right now. Big jump up. We're already up 4%. Watch here for any real big buying or selling. You know, there's 5,000 shares. 2,000 shares. Here we go. Up almost 5%. Dang, we got a rocket taking off right now. More than 5%. Wow, I probably just went from negative like $1,700 to negative $1,600 in the last minute on my AMC position. Lucky me. If you guys are just jumping into the stream, if you wouldn't mind just liking the stream to help push it out to more and more people, I would appreciate it so very much. We're just gonna watch this rocket take off for a little bit, and then we'll go into some more news and some data and stuff like that. What do you think a realistic price would be when theaters reopen? I mean, we've been up into, I think, $33 AMC has been at within the last few years. So, I mean, given that I think their debt position is better now than it was even then, going back up to $30 long term doesn't seem unrealistic to me whatsoever. But how long that's going to take, I don't even want to guess, you know. Maybe things are ripping and roaring a year from now. Maybe it takes 3-4 years. All right, now we're seeing a little bit of selling going on. Still up about 3%. GameStop down 1.4%. My $100 share isn't looking so good right now. I think I got $101. Bunch of selling now all of a sudden. Let's see what the volume is. Volume's pretty small. So we can see right at 9:31 Eastern time, we had 5 million shares in volume on this first minute. That's when we saw the price jump up to, you know, plus 5%. And then the volume went way down, 600,000 shares, 600,000 shares. And probably another 600 so thousand shares. Thank you, People's Champ. Yeah, the channel's done pretty well. I mean, really in the last year. 1 year ago, I was at about 3,000 subscribers. Took me about a year to get 3,000 subscribers and 2 years to get 100,000. All right, what's the vote? Should I pin NSPR or not? You know, when I get spammed on the chat, it kind of makes me not want to do it. But if there's other people who want it, I'll put it on there. Good morning, Karen. Thoughts on Sundial? I mean, obviously it's popping off recently. Oh, now we're just breaking even. We got a bunch of selling pressure here. It's popping off recently, but so are most marijuana stocks. They don't have earnings, you know, they have negative earnings. They saw the most recent quarterly sales are down due to some restructuring of their business. They're doing less wholesale and more retail sales, so they're kind of pivoting their strategy. There's nothing I see about Sundial that makes me think, wow, this company's going to take off. But at the same time, if the popularity is so high and their share price jumps up dramatically, it just gives them so much more money to work with, which could potentially enable them to become a huge player by, you know, either doing some rapid expansion or buying up competitors, being able to buy, you know, existing stores. So it's kind of a tough equation where Oh, there was just a buy order for 15,000 shares. It's kind of a tough equation where it's like a chicken or the egg. You know, right now I don't, there's nothing that gives me the wow factor for Sundial, but at the same time, if the share price keeps going up, they could kind of make that wow factor and really position themselves. I mean, they're up 41% since yesterday. And they were, we'll pull this up again real quick. This is kind of mind-blowing. The most traded stock on Fidelity yesterday was Sundial Growers. And if we go, I mean, it's not a large company. 2019 sales, $57 million. And this is the most traded stock yesterday on Fidelity. That's so crazy to me. Like, I know people who have companies that are about that big. And to think that this is the most traded company is just mind-blowing. I mean, of the day, but still. It's crazy how these hypes work. Yeah, Sundial definitely, that's a good point. Sundial definitely is not a safe play. I mean, if you want a safe play, you want to go with a established business that has some kind of competitive advantage and stable yet increasing earnings over the last 5-10 year period. That's what you want if you're looking for something that'll kick off a 7 to 14% return every single year, maybe a nice little 2% dividend. You're not going to see this 40% growth in a day with one of those, though. So it's really all about that risk versus reward factor. I'm hoping with this AMC debacle, GameStop debacle, once this is all over, people will take some money, the dust will settle. Hopefully we can all pocket some money, and I'll be like, okay, how can I put this into something a little bit more stable so I don't have to go through the gut-wrenching terror again of seeing my portfolio cut in half. So now we're seeing some more buying. Okay, so we had a little sell-off. Let's turn this into a nice little half pipe. There's my technical analysis, calling it a half pipe. I got to, let's see. Sorry, shifting some stuff around here. Getting used to my new setup. Also, yesterday I bought like $3,800 worth of new equipment. So by next week, I should have this dialed out even more for live streaming. So I'm pretty excited about that. Like tons of additional equipment that I have just kind of been holding off on buying, but I was like, all right, fine, we'll just buy it. Welcome everyone who's joining the stream. Alrighty. Seeing a big little buying frenzy here. Let's check out the volume. So this is we're on the minute by minute basis right now. Volume relatively low because we can see 800,000, 850,000, 840,000, 828, and then the buys are 370. Yeah, 370, 541, 463, 418. This first hour is probably just going to be all over the place. GameStop down 4.6% already. That's kind of surprising. I thought, if anything, GameStop would be the bigger winner of the day. I mean, obviously, we don't know how it's going to pan out quite yet. Welcome everyone that's joining. Yeah, this is on Webull. You can use that pinned comment if you want. You'll get a couple free stocks. Tons of you have used this. You'll get like $30 worth of free stocks. Has anyone received more than 30? I've only been told maybe twice of someone receiving like $100 and $300. If you receive more than like two $10 to $12 stocks, let me know. Question on AMC. Thoughts on the earnings report coming up in 2 weeks? How would the price be when they barely had any revenue? So I don't think a bad earnings report for AMC is going to cause a whole lot of drama because it's not going to be unexpected. You know, everyone knows these theaters are closed. I'm pretty sure the stock price, at least before this recent bump we've seen, has absorbed that that decline. I mean, if we look at, let's pull up AMC here. And we'll do 1 year. So you can see before, I guess we'll do 5-year here real quick. So just before the pandemic, right? All right, so this is like pre-pandemic. You know, we're at $6.50 per share, you know, fluctuating between 5.50 and maybe 7. Obviously, it's been on a pretty steady downwards trend until then. So, you know, they weren't in the greatest situation ever. But I'm pretty sure they are the largest theater chain in the world. But I know their debt position is a little bit better now than it was even here because of us, basically. But you can see, you know, the pandemic happens. We're down to $2, $2.20, up to $5, down to $4, up to $7, down, you know, down to $2.50. So I think it's already been absorbed, the fact that they don't really have a ton of earnings right now, and they're completely closed. You know, the stock prices move in anticipation of what other people are going to do and think. So you know, it's not going to be a big surprise to me, so why would it be a big surprise to, you know, any institutional and buyer or any other big buyer that earnings are low once the report comes out in 2 weeks? Because they haven't been open. Which I think they are open now. So if you're trying to support your AMC investment, go watch a movie. Why does no one predict it will drop? All along, I mean, I'm sure there's a few people in this stream who can attest to this. I've always said, we don't know if it's going to go up. We don't know if it's going to go down. You know, obviously I was trying to be optimistic about, you know, potential squeezes and stuff like that, but we can never say for certainty whether it's going to go up or down. You know, one thing AMC has is a ton of assets. Now they have a ton of debt too. It's a little bit better now that, you know, we increased the stock price and they were able to issue some additional shares. GameStop now down 7%, AMC up 1.3%. All right, so we got a bunch of data to take a look at here and some articles and stuff. So the short interest was reported yesterday. It's probably still in the process of being reported because I think they have through this morning to complete the reports. But we have the data. This kind of gives a summary of the data. Through FINRA, we're seeing GameStop short interest 78%, which is still fairly high. AMC short interest 15.7%. Some people have reported it's not updating. Okay, so that 38 was from January 29th or whatever the last reporting date was. What's a little frustrating is the data still isn't 100% the same across the board. So of course this opens up the door for, okay, what's going on? Is this accurate? Is it not? As I mentioned earlier, another potential issue that we have is the fine for not reporting this data, like a hedge fund, let's say, not reporting it to FINRA accurately, is like $200,000. And another issue here, Citadel has been fined for doing this before. So they're completely familiar with it, and they're one of the bigger shorters of GameStop. At least in the beginning, we really don't know what their short position is right now, because unfortunately that's not something that is just publicly reported. But we have, a slight variety of different short interest levels. So let's see what Fintel. Oh, actually, I don't think this one shows what exactly we want here. So here we have the FINRA reporting. Short interest reported at 15.7%, which is actually lower than any estimate that I've seen coming up to this. Not a whole lot lower, but we were seeing reports around 30% or so. And I guess I can just use this. GameStop, short interest, 78.46%. And if we go to here, so this is high short interest stocks. We can see GameStop still number one. 41% short interest here. Didn't it just say? See, this is what's frustrating about it. FINRA has 78.46%. This site, 41.95%. Pretty sure they get their database updated yesterday. So it's a little frustrating. But anyways, GameStop still is number one on their list. This list includes anyone who has short interest over 20%. So that means AMC isn't even on this list. Looking at this again, Sundial Growers, as you can see, was the number one purchased stock yesterday on Fidelity, followed by GameStop, then AMC. This is the first time in like a week and a half that I've been looking at this that there was more sells than buys for both of these. So I think we're kind of in the pit of despair point with the stock, that it's kind of like there's a bunch of people who are thinking, all right, this isn't going to go up, let me just cut my losses. And I think that's what we're seeing now. HCMC number 5. That's a crazy one as well. And look at that buy ratio. 90% buys, 10% sells. I mean, their stock price is tiny. HCMC is literally 9 vape stores and 4 grocery stores. That's this company. And it's the 5th most purchased stock on Fidelity. This was an article. Oh yeah, this is, I can probably make this a little bigger. There we go. That's probably better. Reddit forums turn to cannabis sector as stocks hit new highs. So I think we're seeing this a lot in the chat here. A lot of people very interested in Sundial Growers. Shares in cannabis companies surged on Wednesday, extending a months-long rally due to bets on decriminalization under the Biden administration, as the Reddit community behind a recent trading frenzy talked up the stocks. One post on WallStreetBets, the Reddit forum linked to the past month's surges in GameStop and AMC and others, told users that shares of producers Tilray, and Afria, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, have more room to rise. The post was liked by about 10,000 other users in just 12 hours, and shares in the two companies jumped by 21% and 10% respectively. The forum has become a must-watch for traders at financial institutions since concerted action by some of its 8 million participants proved enough to overturn hedge fund short bets on GameStop and others in January. Swaggy Stocks, which aggregates sentiment on shares talked about in the WallStreetBets forum, showed Tilray was the most upvoted stock in the group. I don't think any retail punter story goes away overnight, said Mira Bud sales trader Mark Taylor. I'm really only watching the price action and trying to make sense of it all. U.S. listed shares of top pot producer Canopy Growth Corp were up 3% after results on Tuesday, while the ETF MG Cannabis Stocks Tracker, which has more than doubled in value since November's presidential elections, gained 7.3%. No mention of Sundial in here. Short interest is the percent of available shares that are shorted. So if there's 100 shares and 60 of them are shorted, the short interest is 60%. Here's some more on Tilray. Tilray has gained over 250% since the start of January. Traders and investors could be wondering if this is the beginning of a big short squeeze for the cannabis cultivator. Big second short squeeze. Why it matters. In the 3 months after it went public in June 2018, Tilray share prices shot up over 1,400%, reaching $300 per share in September of that year after short sellers were forced to cover their positions due to its tight float structure and lack of shares available for purchase. Sound familiar? At the time, short interest on Tilray sat at about 33%. So that's interesting for all of us following AMC and GameStop. This had a potential squeeze. I don't think there's an actual firm definition for like how much a share price needs to go up for there to be considered an actual short squeeze. But we saw a jump of 1,400% when the short interest was 33%. And GameStop right now is 78.46%. And now the short interest is higher at 51% for Tilray. I don't think they were on this list. Let's see. No, they're not. Oh yeah, they are. Tilray. On here it says 22% though. See, that's what's frustrating about this short interest business. I mean, literally lower by a factor of 2. Anyways, this hasn't gone unnoticed by online trading communities, which have recently targeted Tilray much in the same way they drove up the prices of companies such as GameStop Corporation and AMC Entertainment Holdings. After peaking in 2018, shares of Tilray quickly fell after investors glimpsed into the company's fundamentals and were unable to justify its value. The situation changed over the last year, however, and investors have regained interest in the company. In the last few months, Tilray has made major announcements, including its plans to merge with Aphria to become the largest cannabis producer in the world. Okay, so just from a fundamental perspective, I've talked about this a few times, but I think the winner of the cannabis race, if you will, is going to be whoever is the largest or most well-positioned, basically when the rocket takes off. With most industries, there's 1 or 2 and sometimes 3 real big winners. You can think like Coke and Pepsi, the few huge cell phone carriers. Like in most cases, there's just a few small businesses who are getting nearly all the earnings, and then there's this long tail of small companies just scattered about beyond that. So from my personal perspective, I would say if an investment in some kind of cannabis sector or company would be one that's the most likely to be at the top of those results. as far as the potential, for the rocket ship to go off. Now, if they do this merger and they become the largest cannabis producer in the world, of course, they are very well positioned to be at the top of, at the top there and ride the rocket ship upwards once the industry is in full swing. So that's not saying anything about their other fundamentals. They could have serious debt problems. They could have, management problems. They could have other issues. But just the fact that this would make them the largest producer in the world, I'm assuming their management is at least decent because, they've made it this far. I'll have to look into this a little bit more. But, if I were to bet my money on something, I would probably bet the companies that are already very well positioned. Let's see, TLRY. Let's pull them up here. So they are up like crazy for the day, 43% for the day. And let's do a 1 year. Wow. Taking off like a rocket ship here. $26. I mean, this is 3 days ago or something like that. Thursday of last week, around $25. Now we're at 60. Said that they had some kind of squeeze before. Yeah, so this is when it went up 1,400% to $148 a share at a real slow. I mean, the fact that the price has been here before, I think psychologically gives investors kind of the mental okay to just go ahead and purchase the share, even if the fundamentals might not necessarily be there. So I might have to look into this a little bit more just financially and see what price is justified. If I were to bet, this is probably the price that's justified, maybe a little bit higher. But yeah, I'll have to look into that a little bit more later on today, potentially. Going back to AMC, I just wanted to see what this article had to say. I haven't checked this one out yet. It's an explanation of yesterday, I guess. Shares of GameStop opened 13.5% higher today. This was yesterday, but by 10:15 a.m., the stock was in negative territory. There was no news out about the stock. Rather, the movement seemed to be the now regular ebb and flow of traders on WallStreetBets and elsewhere looking to capitalize on the stock's volatility and perhaps spark another short squeeze, though that seems less likely now. So, after surging higher on an unprecedented short squeeze in January, GameStop shares collapsed last week as the squeeze ran out of momentum. Now, is there any explanation? Okay, well, it's kind of a trash article. It's titled "Why GameStop Was Popped and Dropped," and it just says, "Oh, that's part of the normal ebb and flow of the day." Oh, cool. Thought this was interesting as well. 28% of Americans bought GameStop or other viral stocks in January. I believe it. I mean, it feels like everyone I talk to bought some amount of GameStop. Over a quarter of American adults say they bought GameStop or other viral stocks in January, according to a new survey from Yahoo Finance. That might be a little bit skewed because it's a survey from Yahoo Finance. So someone who's checking out Yahoo Finance is probably much more likely to throw some bucks into one of these stocks. The GameStop frenzy, kicked off by the subreddit WallStreetBets, struck a chord with many retail investors. Let's see. Yeah, still up more than 150%. %, bought a share in AMC. 9% bought at least one share in GameStop. Isn't that interesting how the news is pretty much all GameStop, but there's actually more people who bought AMC? The median investment was $150. Around 7% of people who bought viral stocks invested between $1,000 and $5,000, and 8% invested over $5,000. So I'm right in this group. Surveys found that people are buying stocks because they have fewer spending options due to COVID-19, boredom, and a higher savings rate might have played a significant role as well. I wonder if we'll see a little pop once the next stimulus check is official as well, which it seems like it'll likely be. Welcome everyone who's joining. Oh, I guess we got some movement here. Let's see. Watch lists. Okay, wow. GameStop is really, okay, let's go to the 1 minute. Bunch of buying going on here. GameStop, let's check out the volume. Low volume, 122,000, 188,000. Okay, now we're getting some more volume. 373,000 shares, 619,000 shares, 49,000 so far in this minute. Okay, wow, that is quite the swing that we've seen in the last half hour. Not even. We've only been live for 42 minutes. 20 minutes, there's been a 20% swing. Oh, now we're seeing some selling. I mean, that's to be expected with this big swing upwards. AMC up 5% still. You know, if we could just have a nice consistent 5% increase every day, I would be happy with that. More than happy. That's just laughable when you compare it to like a value type investment. Like you'd be happy to see a 5% movement in 4 to 6 months. Yeah, that's a good point. Saving money on gas. Throw it in AMC. Yeah, so I agree with you in the chat there, Icarus, that millions of Redditors or anyone combined, or anyone who's super rich, could just have a few real rich people or large institutions, could pump up any stock and bump it up $20. It's just a matter of everyone focusing on, you know, a couple small investments. I don't know if I would call it a classic pump and dump, because I don't think the intentions were there, for sure for the first people, to just be a pump and dump. But I think for most people, they kind of were behind the, let's make this a short squeeze. We have some principle here, the little guy versus the big guy kind of thing. Hello, everyone who's joining this morning. If you wouldn't mind liking the stream, we'll push this out a little bit. I would appreciate it so much. And subscribing if you haven't already. You won't regret it. Lots of valuable news here on a daily basis on this channel. Yeah, at this point, I feel like for myself, with AMC, you know, I don't see a scenario where in the near future it goes below $4.50 a share. So I'm kind of like, how much more can I possibly lose? You know, aside from them going completely out of business and just doing an asset sale, it's kind of like, I don't know how much the share price could really go down. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, we're doing the chill live stock stream. Make sure the music is still playing. Oh, it's not. Let me get some more music up here. Okay. Let's see. Let's go a little classical this morning. Love me some classical piano. Just some real light. Thank you, Castor in the chat, for subscribing. I appreciate you. Yeah, someone says, surely the fact that everyone predicts a rise and it keeps dropping, I'm assuming this is for AMC, no one has a clue what they're talking about, and suits have a new strategy and no one knows. I don't think it's so much that no one has a clue what they're talking about. I just think it's more no one can guess what's going to happen in the short term. It's literally a bet in the short term. So this has come back down a little bit, back down to earth a little. Volume lower than the buy that we just saw. Seen some more buying. Welcome everyone who's joining. I appreciate all the nice comments. Thoughts on AMC and GME and what's happening this morning? I mean, I'm not very surprised at what's happening. You know, I got in the office this morning expecting to see both of these up a little bit because of you know, the new short interest. Even though it's not super high short interest for either of these, I think the fact that we have some data to go off of, because there was so much confusion, and frankly, there's still a bunch of confusion, but I think having a little bit more certainty on the data, my assumption going into this morning was that the prices would go up a little bit, at least for AMC and GameStop. Let's see. Any thoughts on HCMC stock? So I get asked about this one every single stream I do. I have it on here somewhere. I thought I did anyways. Yeah, here it is. It's a weird one. I can't think of a good reason why this stock is being pumped so much. It's such a small company. They have 14 locations or something like that, or no, 13 locations. It's literally 9 vape stores and 4 grocery stores. So this one is kind of mind-boggling to me why it's popping off so much recently and why it's so talked about. Again, this is kind of like the Sundial situation, where if the price goes up by such a huge amount, it's going to give them more cash to do a lot more. So it might be a self-fulfilling prophecy, where if a bunch of people jump in, and if the management is good enough, they could, you know, turn it into something big. It's just a weird one. A bet in this is definitely a bet. You know, it's a risk. I actually didn't know that about Vlad. Someone said Vlad's parents both working for the World Bank. I did not know that. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, it makes sense that, he would be a part of finance as well. You see that a lot. The world that you're used to, a lot of times is the world that you jump into. Let's see, up almost 7%. It's crazy how much of a swing we can see in GameStop, from -10 to +15 to +3, all in. I mean, we haven't even been going for an hour yet. Things usually settle down a little bit after the first hour or so of trading. Final say on short interest. I mean, it's still a range. Let me pull this up. So we have AMC here, short interest. It says reported 15.7%, which that's more consistent. So basically AMC, we're seeing a range between 15% to 40%. GameStop, we're seeing a range between like 40% and almost 80%. And I mean, at almost 80%, that's still a ton of short interest. A lot of people betting that this thing's going to go down in price. And let's see what this has to say. Retail buyers of GameStop stock. Have you guys noticed how many people call it GameStock? And I mean, I do it too accidentally, but we'll just keep going. Like every single stream, every video, I swear they say GameStop at least once. When I've done a few videos on GameStop, I've had to do multiple cuts because I say GameStop accidentally. Let's see, retail buyers of GME stock refuse to sell at any cost, and bearish hedge funds are fighting the wrong crowd. Oh, also, before I read this, I wanted to make a quick point. We have this highly shorted chart here. Basically, any company that's shorted more than 20% is on this list. Something I thought that was really interesting is every single one on here, one of these companies pretty much has gone down on short interest in the last like week and a half or so. And I thought that was interesting because it really means to me that big institutions are just, a lot of them taking a break from shorting because chances are they're just worried. They don't want to be stuck in a position like Citadel or some other, companies who have had GameStop highly shorted and then lost billions of dollars. So there definitely is a change in the market here on how shorts have been handled, at least in the short term, no pun intended, because we're seeing so far fewer shorted companies, or the percentages have dropped down a little bit, which just means that the hedge funds are scared of the individual investors, really. Now, we don't know if this is going to be the case long term. If we come back a year from now and there's not all this hype around shorted stocks, it'll probably revert. But at least in the short term, they're scared. And this is proof of that. Anyways. True players on both sides of the market equation continue to emerge as GameStop takes center stage. The media, along with the hedge funds betting against GME stock, appear to want the gaming retailer to fail. That requires stockholders in Reddit's subreddit, WallStreetBets, or WSB for short, losing money. The bad news for short sellers is that most of the WallStreetBets gang are not looking for a profit. Sure, a few speculators saw GameStop's 52-week high of $347. Comparing it to the recent price, they may bet that a squeeze will send the stock into the $1,000 range next. Yes, going into it, 2-3 weeks ago, the $1,000 range was like the guiding star. you know, like it might hit $1,000. And then once we're getting up in like the 300s, you saw so many people who were like 1,000, no, 5,000. That's where we want this price to be. So it's just funny, like psychologically, you know, once you're almost there, then it doesn't seem crazy anymore. So this play is unlikely, although it's not impossible. GameStop stock at the center of the battle. The media is honing in on several stocks that Robinhood restricted trading on. This included AMC Entertainment, Koss Corporation, and BlackBerry. WallStreetBets must differentiate between squeezing hedge funds and getting taken advantage of. For example, the Koss family and directors sold $44 million in stock. BlackBerry is amid a turnaround away from the smartphone business. Its long-term stock value depends on fundamentals, not a short squeeze. Besides, the short float is in the single-digit range. This is nowhere near the short float of the GameStop. Look at, they literally wrote GameStop in this article. Wow. Good time to mention it right before reading this. WallStreetBets squeeze play involves one premise: liking the stock and holding it indefinitely. The rational investor and speculator would normally buy the stock and make a profit. WallStreetBets' approach is entirely different. The stockholders in that group will buy the stock as an admission ticket to bring down the short sellers. I kind of like that that analogy that it's a admission ticket, because that's kind of how I felt jumping in on it. That's kind of how I felt jumping in on it, because it was like, you know what? If this goes up in price, that's awesome. If it goes down in price, I kind of still want to be a part of it, just to be a part of it. So I think we're kind of at a point now where the price is so low. There's so many people who are thinking, what is it going to go down to $30? What do I care at this point? And we'll see a lot of people just holding the stock, and that the supply and demand equation will make it so that the price may increase, and that goes for AMC as well. AMC, however, has far more shares, so it's a little bit more tough. However, most people are holding far more shares. So, you know, I hold 1 share of GameStop and 306 shares of AMC or something like that. Outside investors who do not understand WallStreetBets will criticize them as speculators seeking gains, and because that's not the case, the short sellers ought to get very worried. Melvin Capital loses 53%. Hedge fund Melvin Capital Management lost 53% last month. The media reported that the fund, which did not live up to its name of hedging, closed its GameStop short position. If true, the firm could have realized the maximum loss. If it had waited a few more days, it could have covered the stock in the low $50 range. Robinhood's interference in what stocks investors could buy may have contributed to the stock's drop. I think it did, because, I mean, that happened right in the middle of the chaos. Like, we probably would have seen, you know, prices in $600-700. The SEC will need to look at Robinhood's related solvency and commitments in enacting such a drastic move. The regulator will most likely look at the relationship between Citadel and Robinhood with greater scrutiny. As the Washington Post's Douglas McMillan and, I don't know, Yegana Torbati reported, Reddit users accuse Citadel and its billionaire founder, Ken Griffin, of pressuring Robinhood to limit trading of certain stocks, a move that may have prevented further losses for short sellers that lost billions betting against the GameStop. I mean, what's tough about this is if Citadel pressured Robinhood, we probably would never know, because if this were to happen, just hypothesizing, just allegedly, if Citadel allegedly were to come to Robinhood and say, you need to restrict trades, it'll be in your best interest, wink, wink, if you restrict trades. What you can say is you have solvency issues, you have problems with the clearinghouses, you don't have enough cash on hand, you have the perfect excuse built in, and you'll have us on your side. I mean, it would take a strong-willed person to turn that down, from Citadel. And I mean, I don't know the CEO of Robinhood. I don't know the board of Robinhood. I don't know what they're like. It's possible that might have happened, but also I feel like it's nearly impossible that we would ever find out what the truth is here, because yeah, it is absolutely expensive for Robinhood to process all these trades, and they have a huge risk if the stock price dropped down dramatically. So they had the built-in excuse right there. So it's tough. It's really tough. Anyways, laddering bids. This is a popular topic of discussion. Reddit's WallStreetBets theorized that they had been victims of a short ladder attack. The idea is that hedge funds brought the stock amongst each other at lower prices to hurt GameStop's stock price. Investors should look at GameStop's value, growth, and quality score to come up with a fair value, according to Stock Rover. Shares are worth $53.02. Readers may analyze GameStop's prospects further in a 5-year discounted revenue exit model. Let's see. So this is what they're saying the fair value could potentially be after 5 years. Upside potential and your takeaway. GameStop may pivot its retail business by embracing the cloud infrastructure. Gamers are embracing digital downloads over the physical purchase of game titles, so hiring Matt Francis in the chief technology role lifts its prospects. The executive previously worked as engineering leader at Amazon Web Services. GameStop also hired Kelly Durkin. She will join as the Senior Vice President of Customer Care. Josh Kruger will join as VP of Fulfillment. The short squeeze play continues for longer than bears would like. In the long term, this retailer's fundamentals are showing a potential upside. Its stock price will reflect that. Okay. Well, that was an interesting article. Can't believe that they wrote GameStock. I mean, what are the odds of that? Before, 2 minutes before that, I was talking about how everyone calls it GameStock accidentally. That's insane. Let's jump back over to the prices here real quick. AMC's now up 3%. GameStop is just crazy all over the place. Down 3% now. I mean, they've had a wild morning. Bitcoin's actually down today, 2.5%. Sundial up 40% right now. Time for some more coffee. All right. Seen a lot of messages about Dogecoin and Elon, so let's see what's going on here. Dogecoin surges another 31% after touching new highs on tweets from Elon Musk and other celebrities. Let's see. Elon Musk's Dogecoin tweets are disconcerting and people will lose money, Bitcoin Bull says. Mainly used as a vehicle for speculation. I think everyone kind of realizes that, right? Like, I don't think I've seen anyone who believes in Dogecoin like long term or as a technology. I mean, we learned the other day that its technology is pretty much the same as Bitcoin because it was pretty much just copied. But I don't know. Let's see here. Tesla CEO Elon Musk and other celebrities have posted multiple tweets backing Dogecoin lately, and some in the cryptocurrency world aren't impressed. Nick Carter, a venture capitalist known for his bullish stance on Bitcoin, thinks Musk's enthusiasm for the meme-inspired digital token is disconcerting. Let me make this a little bigger. And it's mainly used for a vehicle for speculation. Unfortunately, a lot of retail punters are going to lose money on Dogecoin in the long term because there's really not much there in terms of interesting technology, says the co-founder of Castle Island Ventures. The only thing it can really do is be zombified and stick around as an empty shell for people's expectations and for their entertainment. Carter said Dogecoin was what introduced him to crypto back in 2013. While it was entertaining and fun at the time, it's now sort of an empty husk. Dogecoin was briefly the number 10 virtual currency by market value this week. Wow, that's insane. Created in 2013 by Billy Marcus and Jackson Palmer, Dogecoin was intended to be used as a faster but fun alternative to Bitcoin. It's based on the once popular Doge meme. Yeah, we know that. After a brief 2-day break from Twitter, Musk returned to make several tweets about Dogecoin, calling it the people's crypto. Carter wasn't the only Bitcoin enthusiast to have criticized Musk for his comments about Dogecoin. Mike Novogratz, CEO of Galaxy Digital, said he wished Musk wouldn't make such tweets. Dogecoin reminds me a lot of GameStop. I mean, except Dogecoin. Dogecoin is literally a meme. You know, the creators call it a meme. I don't see anything about. What do I think about POW? P-O-W-W? Let's check it out. Ammo, munitions. I can say one thing about ammo in the last year. You pretty much can't buy it at stores. It's completely sold out. So it's probably a great year for ammo. Ammo stores, gun stores. Let's see, market cap. $524 million market cap. Let's check out their financials. The trends look actually pretty good here as far as sales. One criticism right away, $14 million in sales. What's their net? Net income is probably negative. Yeah, net income is loss of $14 million. I don't think the again, this is the common issue with these hyped up stocks. What's the market cap? $547 million. So that's how much the market is dictating that this company is worth for $14 million in sales. I can tell you right now, if this weren't a public company, there's no world where this would be worth anywhere near $500 million, unfortunately. So it's one of those situations where, yeah, you know, it might go up 100%, but that increase will not be based in their earnings potential. It could be based in potential future outlooks, which I'm not familiar with this company. I'm not familiar who the management is. Let's see if we can find out a little bit more about like what they're up to. Let's see, so what did they? Pow. Pow, pow. Ammo, munitions. Oh, the website's right there. That's what I was looking for. I'm just not sure what they do differently. Okay, so they have a big backlog in sales. $180 million backlog, but their last year's sales was like 15 million. So obviously, okay, they have a bunch more sales coming in. That makes me feel a little bit better about the stock price. That's insane. So they must have had something that really popped them off. Huh. Let's pop back over to this real quick. AMC up 2% still for the day. GameStop down 1.6% for the day. Sundial, let's check out Sundial. Where are we? Sundial up 33% for the day still. A little bit of a sell-off right now. I mean, I'm sure this is going to have wild swings all day long. All week long, probably. I'm just checking out the chats here real quick. Yeah, I can put Tilray here. Tilray. Let me just pull this up since that's pretty highly talked about. Tilray up 20% for the day. Let's go to 15-minute increments. Ton of selling volume here. 37 million shares of selling volume. And a bunch of buying. AMC's just barely holding on there in the positives. Up about 2%. Good morning, Selva. Welcome to the channel. Welcome everyone who's new to the channel. Thoughts on the short interest news? It's a little bit frustrating if I'm being honest because we're still seeing a range, which I guess, you know, why I don't know why I didn't expect that. I wonder if let me just see if S3 has tweeted about. I've been trying to figure out how close the estimates were for S3's data. But they haven't updated the data since like last Wednesday or Thursday. I got a second screen now, so I can work on something here while I got the stock still going on over there. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the updated data for S3 because I was really curious to see how close they were. Well, their February 5th data was pretty close because they were saying. Let's see. their calculations are a little bit different. But let me pull this over. Oops, getting used to this new setup. Okay, so this is as of February 5th, so this is a little bit old, but just comparing their data, you can see they were reporting 49% of short interest float, except this was Friday. What's important to note here, oh wait, no, okay, so 49%, and AMC, what was their last AMC? So they were pretty dead on with what the reports came out to be honest. AMC was, you know, on the low end of what the report came out to be, 15.5% short interest. GameStop, they were saying 49%, and here it's 78%, but we're seeing as low as 40%. So they were right in that range. AMC, looks like they were dead on, at least with what we're seeing on FINRA, 15.7%. It's tough, though, because like I said earlier, the fine for not reporting short interest data correctly is pretty small. Let's see. Can't remember where this article was, but I'd read an article that Citadel had, and Citadel is one of the companies who was shorting GameStop the most, or at least one of the most. And they've been fined in the past for not reporting short interest data correctly. And the fine is like $200,000. So comparing that to a potential loss of billions of dollars, that's the obvious choice. So that's a little bit concerning for me. But really, it's kind of like, what, you know, this is the data we have. I don't have more accurate data at my fingertips, so it's kind of like I have to at least use this somewhat as a metric. You know, I think somewhere in the range of the short interest that we're seeing is probably the accurate number, you know, between 15 and 30-ish% for AMC and, you know, 40 to 80% for GameStop. It's probably somewhere in that range. When will more accurate data be released? We're seeing it as accurate as it can be, you know, as the day after the data is released. So, you know, that's kind of that. Add one more to the chart. GSAT is popping off. Let's add that then. Up 13% today. Now it's up 15%. Wow, this thing's all over the place. Let's see. Check out this article on it. Why Globalstar shares are rallying 50% today. And this was posted yesterday. Company that commands huge market presence. So what is the company? Why is it racing 50%? Globalstar is a Louisiana-based provider of mobile satellite services. These services include two-way voice data products, spot consumer retail products, and even commercial Internet of Things solutions. Importantly, one of these IoT satellite solutions is behind more than the 50% rally today. What else do we know? One of the Globalstar solutions is the band N53. This is a mild band spectrum that the company says is good for customers who would not otherwise have access to a licensed spectrum. I'm not sure what that means. So has something to do with 5G. Oh, let's check out the cannabis stocks. We've already talked about some of these, but shares of Tilray up more than 20% pre-market. I think they're up about 20% right now. A lot of this information we already saw. What's interesting here is they're saying this stock could be squeezed because it has 51% short interest. GameStop has more than that. So if you're in GameStop, that could make you feel a little bit better about the potential squeeze. All right, let's CTRM, let's try it. Castor Maritime. I gotta get rid of some of these on here. All right, Castor Maritime up 10.5% or 11% so far for today. Let's see, why are they climbing today? What should you know? To start, investors should make sure that they're familiar with Castor Maritime. The company is a player in dry bulk cargo, specifically providing ocean transportation for bulk cargoes. Essentially, it uses its vessels to transport everything from iron ore to grains to cement and sugar around the world. In other words, it may not be the sexiest business, but it's an important one. This is my kind of business. I like investing in boring, simple stuff. With that in mind, investors should also know that CTRM stock is up more than 20% today. This comes as more than 350 million shares have traded hands compared to an average volume of just 130 million shares each day. So what should you know? It looks like there are two potential big reasons behind the surge in Castor Maritime shares today. The first seems to be from a company update last week. At the time, it shared that through its subsidiary, it agreed to purchase Kamsarmax dry bulk carrier. This vessel was built in Japan and comes with a purchase price tag of $14.5 million. So why is it gaining? It's reasonable to believe that investors are celebrating another accomplishment on the growth front. Castor Maritime promised to keep expanding its fleet, and it did. That's a good sign for CTRM stock, but there also may be another big catalyst at play. It turns out that CTRM is quite popular with investors on social media, including the Wall Street or Robinhood penny stocks. This should not be entirely surprising. When Robinhood first levied restrictions on in-demand equities, Castor Maritime made the list, although those restrictions have since been lifted. There was a period where investors could only acquire 5 shares of CTRM stock. Now, I'd be willing to bet that it's way overvalued still. Let's see. But I don't know if people care if it's overvalued. Let's see, what's the market cap? 386 million. So let me just guess. I don't know anything about this company beforehand. If the market cap is 386 million, I'm going to guess that they have $25 million in sales last year. $5 million in sales last year. Almost $6 million in 2019. I guess we don't have the 2020 numbers yet. Oh, man. What's their net income? They actually have some net income. Wow. So I like to see the fact that they have some profits. That's, of course, good. But, I mean, $1 million in profit is does not justify. I mean, even if they 5x'd in 2020, both revenue and profit, let's say they're at $5 million in net income, that wouldn't justify a $300 million valuation. But like I said, I don't think people care. I think people just jump in because other people are jumping in. They see the price rise, more people jump in. I don't think people really care what they do or if there's earnings or really anything about this. One thing about this business, though, the fact that their market cap is $386 million. Management could sell some additional shares, could sell some shares that they own, and very easily buy more vessels. You know, it says they just bought a vessel for $15 million about. They could very easily do that again with the stock price so high. If I was the management of this company and my stock price was extremely overvalued, which it is based on their earnings. I mean, $1 million in earnings. I don't have, their most recent year, but I guess this is an easy calculation. $386 million market cap. We're looking at a P/E ratio of 386, which is just insane. If you're looking for like a value investment, you want like under 15. Another way to look at a P/E ratio is the P/E ratio is kind of equal to the number of years it would take to pay off your investment with earnings. So if you had a P/E ratio of 10 and you bought a share for $10, let's say, your earnings would be $1 a year. You would pay off your initial investment in 10 years. With a market cap of 386 million and profit of 1 million, that's not even shareholder earnings. We're just going off of net profit, which could skew this even more. It would take 386 years to recoup your investment just from their earnings based on current earnings. Of course, this can wildly change if they increase earnings. But if I was management, what I would do is sell some of my shares, maybe $45 million, $50 million worth of shares, buy 3 more vessels, and, triple, quadruple your revenues and sales. And then management-wise, they would have a much larger and more profitable business. Because I'm sure, if they know, I don't know how big their fleet is, but let's say it's 5 ships, then it might just be 1 ship with $5 million in sales. It's not a crazy amount of sales, but if they can do it once, they can do it 5 times, as long as the management is good. So that's what I would do if I was management, but I won't be buying into this because it's just wildly overvalued if you ask me. Let's go back over here. Opinion on GameStop. I mean, we're still seeing very high short interest. I only own 1 share in GameStop, but I guess I can tell you what I would do, if I owned, I don't know, let's say 100 shares, because I bought my 1 share at $101 just to kind of be a part of that. If I had $10,000 in and now I was down $5,000, I probably would just hold and just try to ride it, because that's kind of what I'm doing with AMC, and just see what happens. Of course, no one knows exactly what's going to happen. We are seeing a situation where tons of people are just buying their share and they're holding and they're okay with the losses, which is great in terms of a supply and demand equation, because if there's far less supply of the shares of this company, there's only one thing the price can do, and that's go up. And that's a good outlook for GameStop. Now, in the short run, we might see it all over the place. If people just hold long term, the price will absolutely go up. And the same goes with AMC. Do I stream daily? Most weekdays I have in the last 2 weeks. I didn't yesterday, but I did, I think, Monday through Friday last week. I streamed for like 25 hours last week. It was a bit too much, especially for my first week ever of streaming. I might have gone a little bit too crazy. But you live and you learn. Any predictions on AMC? I think that this is going to be, the more I'm seeing the price go down, the more I think it's going to be kind of a long fight. I think we could see extremely volatile ups and downs for the next month. And I mean, we're in a position right now for it to get to $10, $11. We're going to have to see the price literally double, which is crazy to me, but that also happened in single day trading sessions. So the way I'm looking at AMC is there's a chance that we see this thing skyrocket. Let's say it's a 30% chance that we see this thing skyrocket. For me personally, I'm willing just to leave my money in there just for the chance that it might happen. And then I would say there's a 60% chance that long term we'll recoup our money. And then a 10% chance that it just goes down further and we don't recoup our money long term. That's my realistic outlook as to what might happen with AMC. Someone says, maybe I'm just delusional, but I can't shake the feeling that they're still shorted like crazy waiting for us to back down. Well, they still are, heavily shorted. And something to also consider is with these prices teetering, they're still higher than they were pre-squeeze or whatever you want to call it, pre-initial squeeze. There's a bunch of institutional investors and other investors who are looking at this. They're seeing the price teetering, going up and down, maybe kind of in a downwards trend. And they're thinking, this thing's, they might be thinking anyways, this thing might tank. Let me go ahead and short this stock. What that does is increase the short position and then starts the effect again of a potential short squeeze just at a higher price. Now, that just means the squeeze would have to be that much higher in order to create a situation where the shorters are really screwed. If someone shorts at $50 and it goes to $200, that's not as bad as someone shorting it at $4 and it goes to $200. Yeah, this is Weeble. If you want this same screen, you can use that pinned comment and create an account. You'll get a couple free stocks, and you can have this little ticker running. What are some legit good stocks to buy? Because I'll wait for AMC, but I also want to make money. So one of the best value buys that I think there is right now is Tyson Foods. It hasn't really recouped since the entire stock market went down in the pandemic, and there's not a great reason as to why it hasn't recouped. The only reason is a little bit of bad press. They had some workers who got sick with COVID a couple months back. And then since then, they've spent a bunch of money on all sorts of safety initiatives in their factories to make sure that that doesn't happen again. They haven't had any reports since then. But they're still down like 30-some% from before the pandemic, and their sales have only increased. Their earnings have gone down a little bit this year because they had to spend all that money to make their factory safer. But they're like the second or third largest meat producer in the world, and their profit margins are like 50% better than their two closest competitors. I mean, they're positioned to really take off. Plus, they have tons of investments in non-meat products. So even though they're this big meat brand, and a lot of people frankly hate them for being, you know, this huge meat brand, which you can hate them if you want. I'm just looking at it purely investment-wise. People eat meat, so. But they also have investments in non-meat, like, you know, non-meat chicken nuggets. They used to have a big investment in Beyond Meat. That's not a stock that's going to go up 30% in a day, but, you know, 2 years from now, I would think a safe bet would be 40, 50% up from where it is right now, which is a huge amount for a massive company like that. We're just not going to see that drop 20% unless something crazy happens. Someone says Sundial touched $2 plus, maybe $170. Wrong time or wrong of me to sell. I don't think so. You know, the increase in price here is based on bets. So I'll never give anyone a hard time for taking profits. Do what you got to do. Take profits. You know, it's up 20% since $2. Whatever. You made a profit. Sundial price predictions. I mean, looking at its popularity, just purely popularity-wise, not based on earnings or anything like that, because they don't have profits. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing doubled in the next week. We literally saw yesterday they were the most purchased or most ordered, buy or sell company on all of Fidelity yesterday, this tiny little company. So that's probably not over with yet. There's probably a few more days of big hype before it tanks. Now, that price is not based in really anything, I think, besides it being hyped up. You know, they're a cannabis company in Canada. They're not the largest. They're not the most well-positioned, but they sure are hyped. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it go up even more. But it's going to be extremely volatile along the way. You know, this could easily jump down to here in 2 hours and then jump back up and down and up and down and up and down. It's definitely, it's not going to be an investment that you put money in that you need to pay your bills. That's for sure. Or I wouldn't even necessarily call it an investment. It's a speculation. We can see, what day is this? This is the 8th. So this was Monday. It was at, you know, it's doubled basically in 2 days, 2.5 days. No shampoo sponsors yet. I need to get I talked with that brand Kiehl's a little bit, but nothing has gone through there. But yeah, I need to get some kind of shampoo sponsor, hair care sponsor. Harry's sponsored me once, but wasn't a reoccurring thing. Thoughts on HCMC? We've talked about this one a lot, but if you look into what HCMC is as a company, they are so small relative to their stock price. They're tiny, but this is another one that's so talked about that, you know, I can't say it's going to go down in price because, I mean, it's so hyped up. And in the short term, I mean, that's what drives the price, the hype. So you can see it's been at 36 bucks a share. This is right, yeah? No, this is HCM. Knew something looked funky. Yeah, that's a little better. So I can tell you this, I mean, it's hard to even read what the share price is. It's so small, 002 bucks. But, you know, it's gone from that to, what is that, 20x? It's hard to even tell what it is with the numbers being so small. But I can tell you this is not, again, not based in earnings or anything like that. It's based in hype. And with this one, I actually might say that the hype train could be, you know, petering off a little bit. If I were to be a betting man, I probably would say this one's going to go down. But again, I could be wrong because it's all based on hype, and lots of people are talking about it here in the chat. I've seen it on Reddit. I've seen it in lots of places. So, you know, it could potentially get driven up. But if you look at HCMC as a company, people who've been watching the stream for a long time are probably like, you need to quit saying this, but it's literally 9 vape stores and 4 grocery stores. It's not a big company. So if we go, except maybe I need to just start, whenever someone asks me, what about this stock that I haven't heard of? I need to just buy like $100 worth because, or maybe I should buy $100 worth, like if I'm told about a stock 10 times and it hasn't taken off yet, because pretty much every single stock that like people were talking about last week and I hadn't heard of, like HCMC, Sundial, are now up 100% since last week. Let's look at their market cap, $357 million, and their revenue, $15 million. I mean, it's just not justified. I don't like being the naysayer. I feel like on all of these stocks, saying, you know, the price is just not justified for any of these. But I also don't want to lie. You know, if we're just looking at this from a purely value perspective. Like looking at this company, you know, so I do a lot of, you know, analyzing kind of local type businesses because I'm in the market of purchasing a business right now. And, you know, I'm looking at businesses between the size of $8 million a year up to about $15 million a year at maximum. And I'm looking for one with above a 12% net income, net margin. And let's say that this had a 15% margin, which would be, what is that, $2,225,000 a year in profit on $15 million in sales. $2,225,000 a year in profit would mean the company's probably worth between $5 and $7 million for a local type business that's not hyped, you know, just a stable long-term company. $5 and $7 million, less than revenue. This one, according to the stock market, because it's a public company, it's easy to buy shares and stuff, is worth $350 million. So as you can see, it's just not, it's not based in reality. But it's not to say you can't make money off these things, because lots of people are making money off of these things. It's just not based in earnings. It's based on, you know, it's more of a bet. And that's okay too, to, you know, invest that way as well. Should we men with long hair band together and form a... Oh, I thought this was going to be some kind of investment thing. A hair model management company? Nah, I don't know about that. Any thoughts on ASRT? Let's see. Actually, let me pull it up on the other page. So we've seen a big jump in the last month from 63 cents a share almost doubling, and back down about 10%. They're a specialty pharmaceutical company. The company owns a portfolio of prescription, neurology, inflammation, and pain medications. Assertio Therapeutics. American specialty pharmaceutical company. Direct offering of 14 million bucks. Okay, so let's check out this. Okay, and I would like to make a clarification here. So perfectly fine looking up different various companies, but if you ask me to look one up, write in the comment what are your thoughts on, stock XYZ, and then whether you're looking to hold it short or long term, because that makes a huge difference on my opinion of it. Because a lot of these could be great short-term holds, but from what I've seen so far, most of them have been requested, not good long-term holds. So just try to make a distinction as to whether you're just looking for a short-term bet or a long-term hold. So they announced a close of a registered direct offering of 14 million bucks. This was yesterday. Purchase price of 62 cents per share for gross proceeds of 14 million. They're going to use that for working capital. So they were smart, and when the share price was up, they're pulling some cash out, and they're going to use it, to do some kind of internal investments. We don't know exactly yet. I mean, they pulled that cash yesterday. I mean, owning one of these small companies and having them hyped up to a really high stock price is the greatest thing to ever happen to these companies, that's for sure. Do we have like a market watch? $153 million market cap. Okay, what do we want to guess what their revenue is? I mean, I'm going to guess like 3 million bucks. No data available. What's going on here? Well, let's see if we can find it somewhere else. Market cap 122 million. Do we not have even revenue numbers? Oh, there we go. Wait, what is this? Is this 380? That's not $229,000, is it? Is this? That can't be right. I think it might actually be $225,000. Let me check another site. We're getting deep into the annual filings here. I just want to see what their revenue is. Come on, give me some revenue. Here we go. This has got to be like a multiple of something, right? This can't be. I'm not seeing anywhere that this is like a multiple, you know, sometimes it'll be like, you know, 1,000 times multiple or something. I don't know, this seems like an extremely small company to me. Thank you, HT, for the super chat. I don't know, that seems like a real tiny company to me. Let's go back over this real quick. AMC just shot up a little bit. Now we're up almost 8% for the day. Let's see. Bunch of buy action right here. Almost $5 million in 5 million shares in volume in this 5-minute period. Period before was 1.2 million. Bunch of buying going on. Interesting. GameStop up just over 3%. Oh yeah, we crossed over the $6 threshold. Now we're almost up 10% for the day. There we go. It's got some progress. Is Webull my only brokerage, and how long have I used it for? Is it good mobile-wise? It's actually best mobile-wise, to be honest. I do like this desktop app, but I think Webull has the best data, like graphs and ease of use, to be honest. It's not my only brokerage. I also use Schwab right now, and I'm open to using multiple different brokerages. I don't think it's a bad thing to have multiple, especially that we've seen some issues with certain brokerages and needing to buy stocks. But I like it. Yeah, I've been using it for a year or something like that. If you want to open one of these accounts, you can use that pinned comment. Open an account, get a couple free stocks. You can try it out. In order to get the free stocks, you deposit $100. I think you get one stock when you make an account, and then another stock when you deposit $100. You get 2 free stocks after like 10 days. You don't even have to spend the $100. So it's kind of like open the account, put $100 in, see if you like it, get a couple free stocks, and then determine if you want to use it or not. All right, let's look at Naked, NAKD. First, just pull up their price. I actually just took this off of the watch list down below. Intimate apparel and swimwear company. So they've seen a real big jump from 19 cents a share. Now it's at $1.20, almost a 10x jump. So this is Heidi Klum's company. Is that what it is? All right, so let's see if we can find their short interest. I don't really like this site. This is saying the short percent of float is 32%. that's as of January 15th. Let's see if we can find. Oh, they're a part of the NASDAQ. Okay, so they won't have the most recent. $42 million shares shorted. We'll just do the calculations ourselves. That would only be 10 or float. Okay, yeah, so that comes out to what is that, 102% or something like that. Let's see how close my guess was. Kind of good with number approximation guesses. 102%. Look at that. Not that that one was that impressive, but so potential squeeze. I mean, definitely has some squeezability there. It really depends on hype, though. That's the thing with the squeezers, squeezing the squeezers. You really need a lot of people or big institutions behind it in order to make the squeeze happen. Not sure if it's a good long-term play. Market cap. I mean, this one is. I mean, it's still overvalued, but not nearly as overvalued as some of those other ones that we've seen. Maybe I should come up with some kind of metric, like as to whether the hype is over yet or not for a company, because we probably could base it on like a price to revenue kind of ratio. You know, if it's over some big multiple like 200 or something like that, we'll have to build some data on it. But if that ratio is really high, it could indicate that the hype is over. This one not quite so bad. We did see shrinking shares from 2019 to 2020, or revenue, sorry. Still overvalued for sure, but it definitely has the squeezability factor, that's for sure. It's just a matter of rallying the troops behind it if the squeeze were to happen. A bunch of people would need to buy and hold this thing. Ticker symbol SENS. All right. Yeah, if you want me to do like a 5-minute or so, 5-10 minute analysis on the company, and you don't want me to miss it, just do a super chat and I'll make sure to cover it. All right. And it's a lot easier for me to do, some kind of valuation for a company that isn't crazy hyped, but I'll do the best I can for any other one. Senseonics Holdings is a medical technology company. The company focuses on the design, development, and commercialization of glucose monitoring systems. The company operates through glucose monitoring system segment. Through that segment, it offers a continuous glucose monitoring system ever since. Okay. I know those glucose systems are getting more and more popular, just even for like athletes. Wow, we've seen a big old spike here since December, from 42 cents up to almost $4, almost a 10x increase. Let's just see the news real quick. Sentiment is a very short-term indicator that is entirely technical. There's no information about the health of profitability of the underlying company in our sentiment score. Where's the sentiment score? As a technical indicator, news about the stock or company such as earnings release or other event could move the stock to counter a recent trend. What's happening with the stock today? And this doesn't really give us what we're looking for. Let's see, should you buy this stock? This isn't really giving me anything I want to know. I just like to look at the news first to see if there's any, real big news that might be coming out to be a reason to move the stock. Well, let's try out Motley Fool. I've been kind of disappointed by their articles recently. We're excited to see additional coverage. Yeah. They title these "Why the Stock Skyrocketed" and then just don't even explain why. They just say, it skyrocketed. Cool, thanks. All right, well, I guess there's not a whole lot of news. Let's try Senseonics. I'll make a note of, crap, what was that one that you just, was it CLNE? Okay, I'll look up this one afterwards. Senseonics International. Company was founded by Richard L. Dottie, director of the Smell and Taste Center at the University of Pennsylvania. Fun fact, I basically have no sense of smell. And it's not because of COVID. Just, I had no sense of smell before COVID, what made it cool. Smell products. Let's see what their smell products are. Smell identification. I should take one of these. Huh. That's interesting. Maybe I should take one of these like live. My sense of smell is terrible. Incorporates a number of updated odors that makes the test more international. Okay, what is this? You're just supposed to be able to identify. I mean, I could probably identify smells. It's just the intensity that I have an issue with. Can I look at XSPA? Let me put that on the list as well. Okay, I don't know how we got into this smell business. Let's look into the financials since this was a more long-term hold for this super chat gentleman. All right, looking into the financials. $21 million. The 5-year trend on sales, look, that's a great trend. From 300,000 to 21 million in just a few years. We don't have the 2020 numbers yet to have any earnings. Negative earnings, $115 million in negative earnings. What's their market cap? 1.32 billion. So this is one that, without really to do a true technical analysis of a company, you need like hours to dig in, listen to the board of directors, listen to the CEO talk, listen to analysts ask them questions, look at the financials. It's very hard to value a company that doesn't have earnings. So the questions you want to ask yourself is, how are they positioned in order to both turn around their company and, are these investments paying off? Which it looks like they might be. Their sales are definitely going up, but that's a very significant investment, $115 million. So the question you need to ask is this investment going to turn this into $200, $500 million in sales? Because where it sits right now, it's a long road for them to justify the share price. Now, I think we have some action going on with AMC, so let's check back there real quick. Still up 8, 9%. GameStop up 1%. At least we're green. It's nice to just have a green day, isn't it? Someone's asking, did Robinhood remove limited buying? If you use Robinhood, could you let us know in the chat? I don't use Robinhood. Have I released a video on how to read a stock's finance or financials? I do have a video that I go through an analysis, but I don't have a video that covers like, this is how you read these financials. But I have a video that covers breaking down the financials and what I look for on my Tyson Foods investment. You can see that on my channel. Is Webull good for beginner stock trading? Yes, it is. I think so. Let's see here. Do you feel that new amateur retail investors are going in with one hand tied behind their back because they've been taught shorting is only for the bad guys? That's an interesting psychological question. I mean, the act of shorting is, inherently kind of negative because you're betting that something's going to go down. Not that it's necessarily bad. But yeah, that definitely could be the case where, we're in an environment right now where earnings, it seems like, don't really matter that much. It's more how much can the price of this stock just go up. And I think there's so much focus on that, on just driving up share prices, that there just is very little focus on shorting stocks, or even the fact that stocks can go down. I've joked about it a million times. These stocks can only go up. I know they say that on WallStreetBets, but we're in one of the biggest bull runs ever, and they say everyone's a genius in a bull market, and I think we're getting to that point where people are just feel like they can't do anything wrong. Even I have just some random stock holdings that there wasn't much thought behind. Just to, let me buy a share or two of this just to see where it rides, from earlier this year, that are up 40, 50, 60%, and just on a whim, everything's almost up in the last year. All right, let's look at these other companies that were asked in the super chat. So the first one, we have Clean Energy Fuels Corporation. Let's see. See a nice little bump. Oh, got a hair in my mouth. Nice little bump in the last month, $10 to $18, up 80%. 6 months, we've seen a big jump from $2 to $18. 8 to 10 fold increase. So what is it that they do exactly. Clean Energy Fuels Corp. Zero emissions trucking. Okay, natural gas trucking products. Compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas. Okay. So they're all in on natural gas as far as trucking goes. Now let's see if there's any news that's recently come out. So this could be one, like if they just got a huge contract with, you know, some city bus company or UPS or something like that, could mean something huge. There we go. Multi-year contract with LA Metro. Look at that. Bus. That was the first one I said. That's pretty awesome. Will now be powered by sustainable low carbon fuel. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. Couldn't have guessed that more on the dot. Five-year Metro goal to, you know, I think we'll probably see municipalities doing this kind of thing. I think it's going to be more of a struggle to see this become really mainstream, companies doing it. But let's take a look at their financials. Clean Energy Fuels Corp. $3.7 billion market cap. I can't remember if this person said that they're trying to hold long-term or not. Welcome everyone joining the stream here. If you wouldn't mind just hitting the like button, it would help push this stream out to more people, and I would appreciate it very much. So 5-year sales trend, pretty flat. A lot of sales though, $350 million in sales. What's their net income? Hey, they have a positive net income in the most recent year reported, which is 2019. That's good to see. Earnings per share is tiny bit of earnings per share in the last year. So they're I will say I like this one better than a lot of the companies that I've taken a look at. Their price to earnings, $3.7 billion. Let me see. I mean, their PDE is going to be huge. Divided by 20,400,000. So their PDE is 181. I mean, it seems pretty overvalued to me for a long-term buy. If there's a lot of hype behind it, you know, they could potentially see the price go up more. I know there's a lot just with like clean energy in general. It might be an okay bet. I know with the Biden administration, a lot of people are going in on clean energy, but it'll be a bet. Investment in this won't be based on earnings. So if you're okay with that, if you can justify that. Check out the stock Hims and Her. Okay, let me just write down that one to look up later. Hims and Hers stock. Oh, that's interesting. We'll look up this one in a little bit. Checking back here. Up 9% for the day. 2% for GameStop up for the day. Look up ADA Cardano. Let me put that on the list. I know there's a lot of people asking me to look up different companies. I got to prioritize the super chats though. Okay, Sundial up 36% for the day. Craziness. HCMC up 14%. Who's holding either HCMC or Sundial in this chat? Let me know if you have any shares and how many shares you have. Let me know. How do the off-market ladder shorts create lower price discovery on market without actually market selling to the buyer's book? SEC rules don't allow for selling less than the highest bid. So as far as my understanding goes of the ladder attacks, you need two institutions and a clearinghouse all colluding together. That way they can kind of go around the rules of just putting it on the market and, you know, some random buyer buying that share. They can kind of collude, you know, clearinghouse buys, and they just kind of repeat that process at a lower price. So that's my understanding of how it works. There's a lot of conspiracy as to whether that's really happening or not, because so many individuals have to work together. Obviously, it has happened at some point in the past, but it's really hard to tell if it is or if it's legitimate sell-offs. What do I think about Gevo? Let me add that to the list. I got a lot to look up here. Also, if you're liking these technical analysis, fundamental analysis of these companies, make sure you subscribe, because I've been doing lots of live streams and post videos every single day on news and finance and ways to earn you money. So you can always unsubscribe later if you get sick of me or something like that. Okay, let's see here. Also, sorry for the dead air, just doing something here real quick. This might be of interest to some of you who are watching right now. I just posted a video on how I earned my first $1 million and how I earned my first $1 million before the age of, or on the age of 20. And it's a good story about, you know, growing up in a small little town and taking a real small business to growing into bigger and bigger things, and eventually, you know, making my first $1 million by age 20. I just posted that video. So if you're interested in just businesses, earning, you know, money while you're young, I think you'll enjoy that video. Need some more coffee here. All right. What's my business, if you don't mind me asking? So that video covers basically all the businesses that I've owned. My very first business was a landscaping company that I started when I was like 13 years old. It was just me, though. Basically what I did was I just put up flyers on my neighbor's doors that said I would do any kind of like landscaping or labor work for $15 an hour. And then I eventually parlayed that into like a lawn mowing business. I had a sports supplement company where I had like pre-workouts formulated when I was 16 years old. I started that. Worked with a manufacturer, had like a legitimate product that I sold online and in person. And then when I was 18, I started a pool cleaning business, which I eventually sold. And when I was 19, I purchased a moving company, grew that into 4 locations across the country, sold off 3 of the locations. I still own the one, and we offer moving, and now I have a storage facility as well. I also, yeah, I also learned how to ride the unicycle. I have lots of random skills: juggling, pen spinning, unicycling. Yeah, so the video that I just posted on my channel, 100% worth the watch. I talked through literally every year from age 13 to 20, how I ramped that up to my first $1 million. Took me 7.5 years to earn my first $1 million. Took me 2 years to earn my second million, and like 6 months to earn my third million. Then I kind of just stopped keeping track. All right, let's dive back into what are my thoughts on AMD. Let me just add that to the list. We have 4 companies to check out now, so we got our work cut out here for us. First one, we already did this one. First one, XSPA, Express Spa. Okay, let's just look at their last month here real quick. A nice gradual ramp up. I like to see this to gradual because, you know, it just makes me feel it's a little bit more sustainable. $1.35 to $2.64. You know, still a big increase, but, you know, we're not seeing huge spikes up and down. Let's see, news. Here's why investors are so excited. That's what I want to see. Express Spa Group is screaming for the top in the market this morning. However, without any press releases or SEC filings out there, many are wondering why. What is Express Spa Group? They are started as a comfort play, but has recently become a medical play as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The company operates a long line of spa facilities in airports, giving consumers a way to relax as they prepare for their flight. However, COVID-19 took a hold in the United States. These types of businesses are shut down. Instead of tucking its tail between its legs, throwing its hands in the air, Express Spa decided that it would grab the bull by the horns and quickly shift its business model. As a result, the company devised a plan to perform COVID-19 screenings in airports. Not only would these screenings be in high demand, the fact that they would happen in airports meant that the company would play a major role in reducing the spread of the virus. So first off, I'm getting good vibes from the management team. Any management team that can spin a bad situation into a good situation, do it well, and have some success with it is a darn good management team and smart. So I like that up front. Why airport screening is exciting to investors. At first, everyone said it couldn't be done. Express Spa would never be able to launch COVID-19 screening centers in airports. Airport officials would never have it. Well, those naysayers are wrong in a big way. Okay, so they launched a brand known as Express Check. Let's see, it gets more exciting. The fact of the matter is that while there are vaccines, COVID-19 is likely to be around for quite some time. Not to mention the pain felt across the United States and around the world means that demand for testing will likely ride on highs for some time to come. That is one thing. I do think testing for this will last, you know, probably 3 to 4 years. Maybe by that time they'll have some other kind of services they could offer. For sure, I mean, they could sell masks and hand sanitizer and stuff like that in their stores and in airports as well. How long can this play last? I'm not sure. Risks to consider. They've launched several Express Check facilities in airports across the United States. The sales results from these facilities have yet to be seen. I mean, they can charge a lot for a rapid test for sure. It's not a profitable company yet. And it's a penny stock. Okay. Well, that was I mean, this is the best article that I've seen on any of these companies that we've looked up this morning. Now let's look at the financials. Market cap $240 million. I can tell you right off the gate that is a lot for a company with no profits. $48 million in sales in 2019. Of course, this does not reflect what's going on right now because this is, of course, before COVID-19. Net income negative 20 million. We're seeing a decline from the year before. So this is a tough one. Initially, I'm very impressed by the management, their ability to spin a bad situation into a good one. I always like to see that. If they can have a business that was completely shut down due to COVID and spin it into another profitable business, then they're amazing as far as managers go. But the thing is, we don't have the sales yet. We don't have the earnings yet. So that makes it tough. To dig further into this, I would recommend anyone interested in this. Initially, I'm pretty impressed with the management. If you're interested, I would try to look up some kind of conference call with the management, the CEO, board of directors, CTO, whatever their higher ups are, and when they're talking to analysts, and see what kind of questions they're asking, what exactly the sentiment is. I could like to actually listen to it. If you can actually find the audios, you can actually hear the tone of their voice. If you're looking to make a real big bet into something like this, you can go as far as trying to call one of these airport spas and just try to ask some questions like, how's it going? Are you guys busy, or even going to one? Because we just don't have sales or profit numbers for these stores or these checkpoints. So it's definitely an interesting investment. If you have a bunch of cash to invest, this might be one worth digging into a little bit more. Let's go back to this real quick. So someone says, look up VRNG, which is now Express Spa. Okay, let's just see. See, this is why I love looking at the live chat, because I get insights. Patent troll Vringo demolished on appeal. Google shuts down dreams of billion-dollar payday. So their win over Google was one of the biggest and most public jury wins for patent troll in recent years. It won $30 million from a jury verdict in 2012, far less than the $500 million verdict it was seeking. But last year, the judge overseeing this case revived Vringo's hopes, ordering Google to pay a running royalty amount of 1.36% of U.S. AdWords sales. Vringo once had a small video ringtone business, but today its value is in its patience. Purchased foundational patents from Lycos, an early search engine, and put them in a holding company called IP Engine, which is the named plaintiff in the lawsuit. Vringo's new patents were hyped by Silicon Valley personality James Altucher, who crowed of the genius of the named investors on TechCrunch. So I guess this is the same management. So this makes me a little bit sketched out as to what exactly the management is doing. So I might have to take back a little bit of the excitement about the potential. Okay. So this is just an odd situation now that we're getting even more info here. So they were patent trolls buying, you know, old patents. Then they have spas. Now they're doing COVID-19. In a sense, there's a lot of ingenuity here, but also in a sense, it just kind of sketches me out a little bit. Like I don't know. It's a lot. Thank you for that comment, by the way. So checking out AMC, we're over 10% today. Not bad. Ooh, 161,000 subscribers. I appreciate everyone who's subscribing. You are the best. Okay, AMC almost at 11% up. GameStop up 3.7%. Not a bad day for either of these. Not a bad day. Can I explain how at any given time the spot market price is decided relating to market buys, market sells, the buy book, the sell book, what other things impact price discovery? So it's completely just a function of supply and demand. The amount of people offering up shares and the amount of people searching to buy shares. So, you know, you put in that order, it's like a, how could we explain it? It's kind of like a teeter-totter, I guess, you know, where normally this teeter-totter is right in the middle. We got buys, we got sells. And, you know, if there's a ton of people putting in buy orders, then we see the pressure here go down, price rises. If we're seeing a bunch of sell orders or, sell orders or just any influence to selling the price, then tips the other way, price goes down. So it's just completely supply and demand. I don't understand how off the books affect the books prices. Oh, so with like short ladder attack or something like that, if there's some collusive action going on with the clearinghouse. I mean, I'm not 100% familiar with the technicalities, so I can only surmise as to what's happening. But you have all these clearinghouses that are reporting, you know, the buy and sell orders to get the ultimate share price. So you have, you know, one that or two or however they're doing these collusive attacks there. You know, they get all these sell orders and they're reporting, you know, the sells and the buys, giving it downward pressure. All right, let's see here. Floating right around 9%. You know, I'll take a 10% day. Not bad, up over $6. Okay, let's look into some of these other. Actually, I gotta pull something up here real quick. Just bear with me for 1 second. Yeah, someone said you can judge the management's ability by checking out the return on equity. The problem with that, and these companies that I've been asked to look up, none of them have had profits, or maybe one had profits, but the profits were so low relative to the shareholder equity or the sales price that, you know, that kind of makes it a little bit more inconclusive. It's much easier to value a company when they have earnings, that's for sure. Okay, let's check out the next company. We've got Hims and Hers stock. I didn't even know this was a public company. So we're seeing about an 80 to 90% increase in the last month from its lows. Do they have any news? I know they sponsor a lot of podcasts, that's for sure. They might have tried to sponsor one of my videos. Either that or one of their competitors. Can't remember. A solid play on telehealth. Hims stock is growing fast and rapidly expanding industry. Why it's a great play on telemedicine. True, this isn't the only telehealth stock out there. In fact, more established players already hold significant market share in this space. But while still an early stage company, Hims and Hers has a solid pathway to become a leader in this fast growing industry. How so? Although it was only started in 2017, the company already offers a wide breadth of telehealth services, starting off by providing services tailored specifically to men's health needs, hence the Hims brand. The company quickly expanded to offering health and wellness solutions for women. But that's not all. In addition, the company also offers a wide variety of other healthcare products and services. These include skincare and anti-aging solutions, mental health services, and even COVID-19 testing kits. Okay. Within a year, it hit $27 million in sales. Revenues climbed to $83 million in 2019, now projected at $138 million for 2020. Well, that's pretty awesome. With high growth ahead, don't worry about valuation. One factor that may have some investors skittish about Hims is that the stock is that its rich valuation. Following its SPAC merger, the company is worth $1.6 billion. Yeah, that's very high relative to sales. However, this is just another situation where you don't want to lose out by missing the forest for the trees. That is to say, relative to current fundamentals, Hims and Hers looks fully priced given both its high implied price to sales ratio and the fact that it's yet to reach profitability. But taking a look at future growth, the stock at today's prices may wind up being a steal in hindsight. Based on projections provided in a recent investor presentation, the company sees its top line continuing to climb in the coming years. Revenue is projected to hit $179 million in 2021, $223 in 2022. Okay. Let's see if we some financials. What to expect, because there aren't earnings. $4 billion market cap. What's the actual? Okay, Hims. It's a good ticker symbol. Hims. Premium required. I guess I can't easily look at the earnings for this one. Sounds interesting, definitely overvalued. It's a bet into the telehealth industry, which, I could see rapidly expanding, especially with COVID not wanting to go to the clinic. And it's a pain to go anywhere. Telehealth makes sense. Checking back here real quick, still floating around 10%, plus 5%. We got a few more companies to take a look at. All right, let's check out this one. cryptocurrency platform. Now, is this public? So it's smart contracts. I might actually have a few of this. I think I received some free cryptocurrency. Might be this one. Unique approach to scaling and securing a blockchain network. Cardano is a non-profit platform with 3 separate bodies responsible for maintaining and developing the platform. It's hard to say. There's so many cryptocurrencies. It's hard to say what's good and what's not. Especially trying to do it, live here on YouTube. It's up 22% for the day. I don't know what exactly that's based on, but I've seen a wild swing recently. Year to date, up 376%. Yeah, it would take a lot more research to really tell whether that's a good one or not. I guess there's some news about Vanguard buying AMC. Vanguard Group, current shares 7.6 million. Reported today. What was that at? Not sure what it increased from. It's definitely increased pretty dramatically because BlackRock was the biggest. I don't know the exact difference, but it looks like at least like 2 million shares at the very least, which is definitely great for anyone holding AMC. I wonder, haven't really seen that absorbed in the price here, or maybe we have already. The good thing about this is they're not likely to sell. These big institutions, I think it's more of a buy and hold. They spread it out across a bunch of different funds. So someone's saying it went from 4 million to 7 million shares. Okay, or they used to have 4.9 million, now they have 7.6 million. So that's a pretty significant increase. They own 4.67%. Now, hopefully, hopefully this spreads quickly and we see a huge price jump because of it. But I would think it would already be absorbed. You know, this news disseminates pretty quickly. Yeah, they're not in the day trade business. They're putting these into big funds. All right, let's move on to the next company to look up. Gevo, renewable chemicals and advanced biofuels company headquartered in Douglas County, Colorado. We've seen a big increase in the last month. Last few months from $1.74 to $14, huge increase. Probably up because so many people were just investing in these biofuel plays with the Biden administration. The stock is up well over 250%. And while some profit taking has taken place at the top, many people believe the gains are just beginning. Yeah, Joe Biden is president. That's a major factor. Why the gains will likely continue. With such strong gains, many are wondering if Gevo has any more room to climb or if the stock is going to fall from here. In my opinion, there's plenty more room for gains. Why? Well, it all starts with what Gevo has done so far this year. Aside from the political support the stock has garnered, the company has announced that it will be moving forward in the development of its first net zero production facility, known as Net Zero 1. At this facility, Gevo will produce its clean renewable fuels in a clean, renewable way. In fact, the name of the facility, Net Zero 1, explains quite a bit. Net zero means that at the end of the day, the facility will not add any carbon to the global carbon footprint. Any emissions created by the facility will be offset by bringing the facility to a net zero greenhouse emissions standing. Okay. So they use fuels that can be used in traditional engines, it says, except they're greener. Price targets range from $5 to $16 with a median of $10.50. It's in a subset of a new industry. Anytime you invest in something new, you're making a speculative bet. Large cap valuation, no profits. Now what is this like? Fuel. Advanced biofuels. Let's see, renewable gasoline. Sustainable gasoline. Blending isooctane with renewable naphtha and alcohols. Where can I find this? Available for Seattle. Okay. What are we looking at sales-wise? $2.65 billion market cap. Negative earnings. So again, we can't really look at what am I trying to say here? the return on equity because there's no return. Total shareholders equity, 72 million bucks. Sales are relatively flat. The one thing about how do I feel about OGI? Let me throw that in the queue here. The thing about these renewable fuels and clean companies and things like that, I think there's like a subset of people who will pay more, will go out of their way to use these renewable clean things. But that's maybe 5-10% of the consumers. Everyone else, the bulk of people, would rather use the renewable clean stuff, but they're only going to if the price makes sense or the convenience makes sense. So that's always kind of the equation that I'm looking for as far as a long-term buy goes with anything clean, renewable, in one of those industries. Let's go back over here for a second. AMC up 10%. At $6.08. GameStop up 5.5%. Let's see. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. If anything, just go to that like button, hit the like button and the subscribe button while you're up there. But I'll be right back. And we are back. Okay, let me turn some music back on here. Give you some easy listening during our ASMR stock stream today. Let's see if this is any good. There we go. I like that. All right. Okay, we have a few more stocks to look into here with these super chats. I'm slowly whittling my way through the list. Let's see what our next one is. Oh, the next one is AMD. I've seen this mentioned a bunch of times. Advanced Micro Devices. Let's see recent news. AMD takes down another supercomputer deal in Europe. AMD Ryzen 6000. One of my initial concerns with AMD is the price might already be totally absorbed, you know, because it's such a popular company. Market Watch. Let's see. Let's check out their year to date. I guess they've been all over the place for the last year. Up and down, up and down. Then up to 90, down to, I guess that's only 84. Let's do a 5-year. Nice upwards trend in the last 5 years. Market cap $110 billion. So one thing to just consider whenever you see a huge market cap, it takes a lot to move, you know, a ship that big. Less likely to see big 10, 20, 30% gains in single days with a company like this that's this big. Sales growth is amazing. It's a great 5-year trend. Let's see what their gross or net income is. Net income of $2.49 billion. That's also great. 2020. Let's see what their, let me calculate what their return on equity is. So we got a net income of $2.49 billion. What's their shareholder equity? See, we're actually able to do calculations on this one because they have income. Total equity 5.48 or 84 billion. So we have a 42% return on equity. Over 20% is great. So we have a great return on equity. What's all over the place here? Oh, profile. What's the PDE? Price to earnings ratio of 44. So a bet into AMD is hoping that they can continue their skyrocketed growth. That way it can justify the price a little bit. One good thing is 44 isn't insane relative to a lot of companies we've been looking. I mean, we've seen PDEs 300, 400. Not ideal. You know, you might want this under 15, under 20. For sure, for like a real valuable bet. But the reason that this PDE is so high is because they've had very good earnings increases. So, you know, if we see another 30% increase in 2021, that probably would be justified to buy now. Just based on these fundamentals so far, I kind of like this company as far as a growth play, a bet that it may grow. Of course, I'm not an expert in computer chips or anything like that, so I don't know, you know, I don't know the market that well. But just based on some real base level fundamentals. Let's see what their gross margin is. Gross income, 4.35 billion. Total revenue, 9.76 billion. Got a gross margin of 44.57%. That's pretty darn good. This is probably going to be pretty high. So we wanted to see our SGA, selling general and administrative, to be fairly even year to year. We are seeing it increasing, but we're also seeing the sales double in the last 5 years, where I guess this is also doubled. So the hope would be in the next few years that this doesn't increase by much more. That would be something to keep an eye on. Research and development. Obviously, they're going to have a lot of research and development, so 1.98 billion. Their gross profit is also 1 point, so it's a ratio of 1. It's far from a simple business, so of course we're going to see a lot of research and development. Obviously, there's risk in anything that's very high tech. See their return on assets. What are we looking at for total assets? $8.96 billion. You're really looking for a lot of profit relative to assets. We have a return on assets ratio of 27.79%. So that's pretty good, actually. Their assets are, they don't have a crazy high amount of assets. So just judging by base level, I do like this company so far. All right, we got a lot of people talking about AMC here. Let's see what's going on. Up 11% for the day. GameStop up 5.6%. Yep, Vanguard increased their position on AMC by a good amount. Someone says, if not for the pandemic, Intel would have been bankrupt and AMD would have taken over completely. That's interesting. All right, let's look into our last super chat research here. If you really want me to research a company, spend 5-10 minutes on it, just go ahead and do a super chat and let me know which company to look up. So here we have Organigram Holdings. Big jump in the last month. Big old spike there. From, you know, $1.82 up to $5.30. This is some kind of marijuana play. Organigram Holdings. Let's see if I can find their website. So this might be the sundial that hasn't quite sundialed yet. You know, they're up, what is this? Almost 3x, where sundial is much higher than that. Clear separation between the haves and haves not in this space. The 209% gain should terrify Sundial holders. Unfortunately for shareholders, this final catalyst has been a big reason why Sundial Growers is one of the most dangerous marijuana stocks. To pay down the debt and build the company's cash position, approximately $610 million as of this past weekend, Sundial has been selling its stock and converting debt to equity at an alarming pace. Example, Sundial Growers ended September 2020 with approximately 509 million outstanding shares. 4 months later, following... One of my workers just walked in here. Following 4 months later, multiple rounds of share issuances and debt to equity conversion, Sundial is sitting on 1.56 billion outstanding shares. Okay. Well, I know this isn't about Organigram. Let's see here. Let's check out their financials. Been live now for 3 hours. Thanks everyone who's been with me for the whole 3-hour period. If you're new here, welcome. Let me know if this is the first stream that of mine that you've been watching. Check out PACB. Let me just add these to the list before I forget them. And APTV. THCX. I do always like ETFs. Okay. Let's add it to my list. Let's look at these sales here. First off, what's the market cap? Market cap, 1 billion flat. Congrats on your billion-dollar company. 5-year sales trend, definitely increasing, $86 million in sales in 2020. I'm guessing no earnings yet. Net income, negative 136 million. It's just so hard to say without any earnings. Stock drops after cannabis company reports wider loss revenue miss. Dropped 2.3% in pre-market trading. The Canada-based cannabis company reported a much wider fiscal first quarter net loss and net revenue that fell more than forecast. Just not sure if this is the one. I like the Tilray so far out of cannabis. I like them the most because they seem to be positioned the best based on my research so far. Now this opinion could change based on more research, but they're my favorite cannabis so far. Not sure if it's still a good buy at this point, but just company-wise. All right, let's check out PACB. Pacific Biosciences of California. Speak with more enthusiasm? Sorry, I can't. Pacific Biosciences of California. SoftBank to make a $900 million investment into Pacific Biosciences. What do they do? Here we go. Whole genome sequencing, targeted sequencing, RNA sequencing. Okay. I mean, they have a huge investment from SoftBank. Obviously, they're not dummies. Is it so? Oh, it's up 21% today. Wow. Steady increases in the last 6 months. A little bit less steady in the last year, but still very upward trending. 40 from a low of 26 to 47 a day. I mean, it's gone up $8 today. It's probably soaring because SoftBank, yeah, there we go. SoftBank made a big old investment. Wouldn't it be nice to be so rich that you just make an investment in something and the news of you making an investment makes you a ton of money? I mean, it's kind of like Tesla buying that $1.5 billion in Bitcoin and then it goes up, whatever, it went up 20% or something like that. They turned their $1.5 billion into $1.8 billion overnight. That would sure be nice. You know, Elon tweets about something and goes up 50%. The notes will have a conversion price of $43.50 per share of the company's common stock, representing 10% premium over their share price. Okay. So that's why we're seeing a jump up in price. Let me look up CGC a little later. Market cap 7.4 billion. Okay, so it's definitely a larger company. They might even have some earnings. Let's see, $90 million though. That's it. In sales, that is. No net income. Total equity, $54 million in equity. I mean, it's so high tech, it's really hard to know. Obviously, SoftBank knows a thing or two about a thing or two. They invested $900 million. It seems like that's largely been absorbed. So an investment in this might be best to, wait till it dies down just a little bit, because right now we're seeing, seeing it at its very peak. Someone says they have an earnings report today at 4:30 Eastern. Check out TSM compared to AMD. All right. Let me write a note of that. Aptiv. It's an American-Irish auto parts company, headquartered in Dublin, Ireland. Okay. Seeing a little bit of a hump here, market cap. They're huge. I've never heard of this company before. They're massive. So we can probably just look at their financials. I don't know, I get a good feeling about this one. Let's see. Market cap 40 billion. Revenue per employee is actually fairly low at 86,000. They must have a ton of employees. Sales went down, have gone down since 2018, not by a huge amount. Gross income went down as well in 2020. We can't be too judgmental of 2020. Net income went up though. That's actually interesting. Sales have gone down slightly, about 10% or so. But income went up by almost double. Obviously, this would take a little bit more digging. Where exactly, we're getting these calculations. Consolidated net income. Huh. I wonder what the increase in profitability is attributed to. I would have to take some more digging into the annual report to find that out exactly, but let's see. What's their net income? 1.8 billion. Let's find out what the return on thoughts on can. Let me write that down. You guys are really getting the work cut out for me here. Shareholder equity. What are we looking at? Shareholder equity. Total equity, 8.1 billion. 22% return on equity, which is pretty darn good. Over 20% is considered great. So that's good. Return on assets, they might be pretty asset heavy. Let's see, assets, total assets, 17.5 billion. Return on assets of 10.2%. That's pretty good also. Over 5% is considered good in my book. What's their P to E? P to E 22. It's a little on the high range, but I mean nothing compared to what we've been seeing recently. Gross margin 13.75%. Debt to equity, let's see. Debt to equity, 1 is usually pretty good. Looks like they might have a ton of debt. Let's just see what's going on here. Short-term debt, 90 million. Long-term debt, 4.3 billion. Total liabilities. Let's see what so we want to see them with enough earnings to pay off their debt in about 3 to 4 years. So their net earnings are 1.8 billion. So it's okay. It's a little on the high end. That's the number of years it would take to pay off their long-term debt. This may be an okay investment, especially long-term. I would want to look into their profitability a little bit more to see why profits jumped up so much in the last year and if that's sustainable, because that's a big part of the calculation here. But looks promising. Let's go back over here for a minute. Oh, I thought that was AMC up 26%. Nah, but AMC's up 12%. Not too shabby at all. Welcome, everyone. If you're new here, if you appreciate my analysis of various companies, just do me a favor and click that subscribe button. I would appreciate it very much. I've been thinking about maybe every stream or something like that, some company that I like based on, these valuations, these fundamentals. Maybe I buy a few shares or something like that on each stream. Welcome everyone who's new here. Thanks for joining me. All right, let's look up a few more of these. Yeah, maybe I'll like buy my favorite of the day or something like that. The thing is, when it comes to a real significant purchase, you really want to do, more due diligence than the 5-10 minutes that I'm doing on each of these, but it gives us an idea. All right, someone had asked about this in the super chat. Oh yeah, cannabis ETF. I do like the idea of ETFs. You know, of course, with this, you're not going to get any 500x return or anything like that, or 500% return in the short period, but it's also going to be much more stable. We can see it's still gone up quite a bit in the last 6 months. I don't know. I don't currently have any hold any cannabis companies, but if I were to jump in, I probably would want to go with some kind of ETF, or at least have an ETF and then maybe do some smaller, more speculative stuff. But I like the idea of a cannabis ETF. All right, there was a lot of you asking about this one, Canopy Growth Corporation. Cannabis company based in Smith Falls, Ontario. They have some huge investors. Revenue $440 million. They're one of the biggest cannabis companies. Steady growth in the last 6 months. Up 3x basically in the last 6 months. Market cap 18 billion, huge market cap on this sucker. Sales aren't that big though. 398 million in sales. Loss of over $1 billion. Obviously there's some huge investments going on here. That one, it's got quite the hole to dig itself out of. That's for sure. Wow. Yeah, there's no such thing as a PDE when you have no earnings. Price to book ratio actually isn't that high. That's interesting. Do they have a ton of assets or something? Total assets, 6.86 billion in assets. Long-term debt, 569 million. Their current ratio is 6. They do have a lot of assets, just not very much in sales. It's kind of interesting. They have these huge backers, all these assets. Sales are relatively small. I mean, they're definitely increasing. You know, next year we might see this at 500 million. But even at 500 million, making up for all this debt would be definitely tough. Someone asked, did I miss the Sundial chat? We talked about it, a while ago. I'll probably talk about it again later. We're looking at just some other companies right now. Moving on from here, TSM. I don't know what this is. Stock. Okay. Taiwan Semiconductor. Oh yeah, this is the people who made the chips for Apple. So this is a competitor to AMD. Some big increases in the last 6 months. Year's a little bit more choppy. We've been up to 134. Oh, that's right. We're at it again, 134. Let's see. Market cap. Holy, they're huge. $585 billion market cap? Jesus. I think that's bigger than like Berkshire Hathaway. Oh, wow. Over $1 trillion in sales? I didn't even know there was companies who had $1 trillion years. What? That is nuts. Okay. Net income of $517 billion? What? I've never seen profits even near this high before. I mean, let's pull up like Apple real quick, just to do a little comparison. Because they're widely regarded as extremely profitable. You know, their sales are $274 billion. This 1.34 trillion? Jesus. But net income, yeah, so this is Apple. Net income, $57 billion. That's 10% as much as this Taiwan Semiconductor. That is just insane. Anyways, all right, let's do a little bit of a valuation here. What's their P to E ratio? P to E of 31.64. That's pretty high. Quite a bit lower than AMD, 25% lower. So just P to E to P to E, this one would be the one to go. Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder, are these numbers legitimate? I mean, this is so insane, the sales and profits. I've just never seen anything let's do a quick return on equity. So they paid $66 billion in income tax. Net income of $517 billion. What's their shareholder equity? Total equity, $1.85 trillion. Return on equity of 28%. That's pretty good. It's above 20%. Someone's saying the T means Taiwan dollars, but there's an M here. I mean, what? And a B. They don't all have T's behind them. Let's see. Where's their sales? So this is their revenue in millions of US dollars. So if we take, they made 45 and a half. Let's just do 45,000 million. So 45,000 times this is their sales. That can't be right. I calculated something wrong. Anyways, I think this is in US dollars. I don't know why this wouldn't be in US dollars. It's just an insanely big company. AMC's up 16%. Oh, look at that. It's a good day for AMC. Yeah, I might have added an extra zero on that. It's hard to get everything totally accurate, you know, when you're streaming for 3.5 hours. AMC up 15%, GameStop up 10%. You know, it's about time we have a good day here with our old AMC investment. We still have music playing. These playlists are so short. Let me turn on another playlist. Oops. Let's see here, get some more music. There we go. What am I planning to sell at? You know, if we saw a spike up to around $20, I would consider selling again for AMC. We checked the super chat I sent you earlier. Well, it'd be gone if you sent me the super chat earlier. If you're in one of these, if this is you, I'll look it up in just a little bit. I can turn up my mic just a bit here. Let's see. I turned it up a little bit. I'm already getting close to peaking, so I don't want to go too high on the mic. Yeah, I turned up the mic a tad. Why is AMC up 15%? Well, we saw that, what was it? Was it Vanguard had just purchased more AMC? So there's a big institutional buyer of more AMC that was just reported today. I'm guessing this is absorbing some of that. Thank you, WTC. Can you hear my workers being noisy? There's a bunch of guys in the warehouse right now. I'm just going to leave it on this screen for a little while as we watch this little run up. Let's put it on the 1 minute markers. Nice little upwards trend. We got a downwards trend here. Volume wasn't very high though. Looking pretty good. Up almost 17%. I wish the market could just close right now. We'll take a 17% day and be done with it. We can just do that for a couple of weeks. Welcome everyone who's joining us. We've been doing tons of stock analyses today. Seeing some news that a Chinese investor bought $2 billion worth of AMC stock and it's going off like a rocket. Let's see, we'll pull it up to our Or wait, AMC didn't say, AMC or AMD? AMC. Okay, let me see if I can find the news on that. I read it wrong. AMC news. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything on it article-wise yet. If you have where I should go as far as this investor who bought $2 billion worth, let me know. Let me know in the chat. Not 2 billion shares, dollars worth. There isn't 2 billion shares. If you have the source on that $2 billion worth of AMC, email that to me at maxmahershow@gmail.com, the article link or... Yeah, I don't think many people are holding Sundial for a long-term play. I mean, yeah, it's crazy how much this thing has jumped up in a short period of time. AMC is almost at 20% for the day. Wow, we're seeing a big old spike here. AMC's hitting the news. Maybe I can find... I'm going to leave this up. I'll see if they have anything on CNBC right now as far as... news on AMC. All right, let's see here. I'll see if they're talking about AMC right now. It signed me out of CNBC, so I gotta log in. Just un momento. Why is this not working? AMC's having a nice little run here. So is GameStop, really. I mean, it's another example of them moving in tandem. Really, you get good news on one, you get good news on the other. Yeah, we don't have anything right now on AMC on CNBC, but I'll keep my eye on it in case they start talking about anything there. What if we were witnessing the squeeze right now, that live? That would be amazing. Look at that. GameStop has had a wild day today. Holy bunch of buying going on. Let's see the volume. 38,096, 282, 178. I mean, maybe we'll see a bunch of people hop on the hype train here and start buying and buying, especially with this discounted price, $6.50. We're seeing a lot of resistance here right at the 650 mark. I mean, we broke right through $6 up to 650 today, though. We can't complain there. Wow. I feel like I just need to leave this thing up here while we're watching this wild ride. Let's just kick back, have some coffee. Let me turn the music back on. Now we're seeing some selling. Right when it hits that 650 mark, there's a bunch of resistance that we're seeing. So we're going to have to, there's probably a bunch of sell orders that we're having to break through here. Welcome, everyone. What can you infer from high or low volume? I mean, it just helps give an indication of, how much pressure we have either going up or down. Seeing a little sell-off here. The sell-off, though, is lower volume slightly than the buy run-up that we just saw. Now we're down to 16%, so we're up to 20, down to 16. GameStop's actually passed up AMC for the day as of right now. Up 17.4% to 59 buck skis. This is Webull, this chart that I have here. If you want to open an account, you can with that pinned comment, and you'll get 2 free stocks. Not a bad deal. Okay, we're seeing some more buying now. Is there any of you watching who are buying any of these right now? I don't have an exit price for Sundial because I'm actually not in it. I should have jumped in it last week when I had a few people telling me that I should, but I didn't. So here we are. It's up 50% for the day. Craziness. What's the name of the candle chart we're seeing right now? Well, this program is Webull. And then I'm just on the trade tab of Webull. Stocks, trade. All right, we're back up to 70.5%. Seeing some more buying. Not too shabby. I might just buy one share of AMC just for good luck. I think I'm going to. We'll call it my own 1 at 1. Can't hurt, I suppose. All right, I'm buying one share right now. View order. Place order. There we go. You probably can't see my screen, but yeah, you can't. Just bought one share. Why not? Help the run up the tiniest bit. Why one? Because I already have a bunch, you know? So I'll average it down just the tiniest bit. It probably doesn't even go down a penny, but there we go. One of those shares was me, that volume, doing my part. Yeah, here we go. Make my next million on AMC. I'd have to invest a little bit more. Oh, let's see. Thank you to everyone who's been subscribing here. I appreciate you. Oh, we just passed 1,000 likes on the stream too. That's awesome. If you're new here, if you wouldn't mind liking the stream, it helps push this out to more and more people. I'm gonna do some more analysis in just a little bit here after we see this. I just kind of wanted to see this run up, what exactly happens, but we'll do more analysis on additional companies. Up 16.5%. I gotta shut this door behind me a little bit. Oh, jeez. Just popped open. All right, let's check out another stock here. We'll look back at AMC in just a little bit. Welcome everyone. All right, the next one we had on the list was General Cannabis Corp. A lot of cannabis companies today that we're seeing pumped up. Look at the last 6 months. A big sharp increase in the last 6 months. February 10th. Let's see if there's any news. $3.6 million in cybersecurity fraud. Okay, well that's not great news. But that kind of news is actually kind of good in terms of share price sometimes, because it's a temporary setback. It looks like it wasn't really absorbed though. Yeah, not really. So I guess it didn't really change much. So, General Cannabis. Let's look at their market watch. Market cap $79 million. Oh, this is a small one. It might actually be in line with the financials then. $3.6 million in sales. This is a real small company. Is there any income? Net income negative $16 million. It's pretty hard to do a valuation based on that. So actually this that $3.6 million cybersecurity attack, that's pretty dramatic given the fact that that's their entire sales for 2019. Despite that, they're up 42%. I would say that's probably one that I would avoid given the circumstances. If there's a specific company that you want me to do a little bit of research on, go ahead and do like a super chat and I'll dive into some research on it for 5-10 minutes. Checking back here, we are up 16% flat. GameStop up 15%. This is Webull, the chart that I'm using. It's the pinned comment. Someone says Yahoo is saying Warren Buffett might be buying AMC. I would find that kind of unlikely, but I'll search it anyways. Oops, Yahoo Finance. Let's see here. I doubt there's, yeah. Vroom, let me add that to the list. And what else do we have here? We have, yeah, HCMC. I'll pull this one up again. We've broken this one down a few times, but I'll put it on my list anyways. We were looking here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Warren Buffett in this. I'd be very surprised if he were to make a purchase. And we have Virgin Galactic. I know they're one of the most shorted companies right now, Virgin Galactic. All right, looking at Vroom. Vroom stock. So Vroom is, yeah, it's a direct competitor of Carvana. I think they're just much smaller than Carvana. So we might see a situation where they can kind of ride the wave of Carvana since Carvana is so popular. They've been up to 73 bucks a share. At 48 right now. Wow, decent amount of sales, $1.19 billion in sales in 2019. Market cap of $6.49 billion. No earnings yet. So this might be a kind of cheap bet to get into the kind of hands-off car purchasing industry. I mean, Carvana itself isn't the hugest, that's not a word, isn't the largest company ever, but there's bound to be a few competitors. There's usually one or two big winners of an industry, and this might be, number two. Let's see if there's any news of them opening up in new markets or anything like that. Oops. So Motley Fool is saying it's dirt cheap. This was about a week and a half ago. Facebook, Alibaba, Vroom. Okay. 2 stocks are above the biggest companies in the world. There are also some opportunities in smaller companies which naturally offer more upside potential. Vroom, an online used car dealer. This one offers one example as the company has missed out on the broader rally in e-commerce stocks during the pandemic. Vroom shares have popped on the company's IPO in June, but the stock price has actually fallen since then after the company disappointed in its 2 earnings reports. However, there's still good reason for that. Vroom scaled back on car purchasing during the lockdown period, so it was poorly prepared for a surge in demand that came later on as its customers bought cars to avoid public transportation and to address new needs during the crisis. Revenue fell 3% in the second quarter, and sales in its core e-commerce business rose 45%, down from triple-digit percentage growth in the first quarter. So it's not necessarily bad, down 3% in the middle of a pandemic. I don't know, I kind of like this one. Based on more gut feeling than anything, but I kind of like that one. Who are some other competitors of Vroom? JMIA, let me write that down. Sometimes it'll take a while to get to all of these, but I'll get to them, don't worry. Vroom. So I guess CarMax. I don't know, I kind of like the Vroom stock. Let me go back to their financials. I know they don't have earnings, but let's see what they have as far as assets. Come on. Cash, they got 219 million in cash. Total assets, 465 million. Total assets, 463. Liabilities aren't very high either. I don't know, I kind of like this company. Vroom. So it's the year to date. So we're still kind of high comparatively. Let's see, 1 year. Oh, there we go. 565. I don't know. I might. That might be one I might take a little bet into. Maybe I'll do another little challenge today. Like, what are we at? All right, Neuron Wireless. I'm going to put that on the tab. Let's go back over here real quick. My thoughts on what AMC is doing today. This is great. I mean, it's about time that we saw a little rally here. We're still obviously way down from where we were a week ago, but you know, this is great. So we can see an upwards trend. More and more people potentially getting excited about it. It's a good thing for anyone who's holding. Maybe we'll do like some kind of challenge again. Last week we did a little challenge where if I hit a certain number of subscribers, I made a pretty significant stock purchase. Maybe I'll do the same thing. Like, I don't know. I've been thinking about just doing like whenever I do lives, some kind of small stock purchase, like $100 a day or something like that. I like the idea of challenges though. 17.5% for AMC for the, oh, see, this is why I don't think there's any kind of underlying conspiracy with AMC and GameStop. Their prices moving together. You can see they just move together because it's the same people who are excited about these. Great day for both of them. What do you guys think about Vroom in the chat? Anyone who's holding it, anyone who's considering it? I kind of liked it. Welcome everyone who's new here. This is great. Oh, GameStop up 20%. Just broke 20. A lot of buying going on right at the $60 mark. Ton of buying going on. Look at that. Popping up. 21%. This is only going to also help AMC. What was the volume? 408,000. Look at the volume there, 408,000 compared to the minute before, 147,000. Must have a ton of buy orders right here. AMC backed almost 19% up. Got some buying going on here too. Why is Sundial so popular? That's kind of a good question. It's almost, as far as what I can gather, we've done research on it a few times here. As far as what I can gather, it's almost like popular because it's popular. Like there was a little bit of a tailwind behind it. You know, it saw a price increase. Let me pull up the, just like the last month or so. The last month. So I think it's just a situation where it's popular because it's popular. Like, you know, we saw a price increase here of, you know, 20, 30%. People are like, ooh, Sundial, it's cannabis. Biden likes cannabis. Cannabis is the next big thing. You know, pops up more and more and more. More people hear about it. Bada bing, bada boom. Here we are, you know, just seeing massive increases in price. And it's not really based on fundamentals. But what I've been saying here many times is the management, if they're good management, they now have the opportunity to get access to a ton of cash, which could make this like a self-fulfilling prophecy where, you know, the stock was hyped up, and because it's hyped up, the management has more cash. Now the management can turn that cash into a reason for it to be hyped up and kind of just, you know, spin the wheel. That all depends on how good the management is. Of course, we don't know what exactly will happen in the future. I think we'll probably see some kind of correction here. You know, you can't sustainably do 40, 50% a day in growth. So we'll see some kind of correction for sure. So if you're interested in Sundial, I don't know if right now is the best time to jump in. Of course, we could still see another 100% day tomorrow, but you know, what goes up quickly goes down quickly as well. Just something to consider. All right, let's do some more analysis. We'll jump away from this. GameStop up 22% now. Dang. I'm surprised to see that that's the winner right now for the day. I mean, it was down 15%. It's just so wild how much of a swing this can have in one day. But anyways, let's go. We have a few more companies to look into here. If you're new here, make sure you're subscribed. We're doing live streams all the time. We're doing technical analyses that we can get a better idea as to where you should place your money to make some money. So a lot of talk right now about HCMC. I know a little bit about this already just because it's been a hot stock for the last week or so. It's definitely one of the more bought stocks in the recent past. Let's see here. It's number 5 on Fidelity's top traded stocks yesterday with a very high, let's scroll up, with a very high buy to sell ratio, 90% buys. Now this is one that frankly makes 0 sense to me because it's a very small business. It's 4 grocery stores and 9 vape stores. That's their business. This is another situation, though, where it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy where the management now has access to a ton of cash and could buy up some more vape stores, I guess, and easily double their position there. It can't be that hard to turn managing 9 vape stores into managing 18 vape stores, for instance. We can take a look at their, there it is. I like Market Watch. Market cap of $357 million, and their sales are $15 million. As you can see, this is a very small company. I mean, $15 million in sales is tiny for a publicly traded company. I don't think the price is justified, but that's not to say you couldn't potentially hop in, make some money, hop out. I don't really see anyone thinking that this is a long-term play as far as what I've seen so far. Maybe there's a few people, but did I get the new short interest on GME? Yeah, the short interest on GameStop is a little bit frustrating because it was updated kind of last night / this morning, but there's still a big range. I have it on one of these tabs. So if we go GameStop here, and you can see on finra.com, 78% short interest. There's also ranges showing it 40%. So unfortunately, there's a range still between 40 and almost 80%, according to this data. Taking a look at Virgin Galactic, which they have a launch scheduled, I think. Downgraded. Virgin Galactic. I kind of feel like it's never a bad bet to bet on good old Richard Branson. It says it was downgraded to a hold there. I like their ticker symbol. Market cap $13.2 billion. I can't imagine they have real sales. Yeah, because what are they selling? They haven't even done their flights yet. So this is a tough one. It's like a cool company just to invest in because it's space. You get to kind of be a part of all that. But of course, it's a big bet as to who's interested in this, how much profit there really is to make. Let's just take a look at what their debt is. It's almost like this could be a very long-term play, extremely long-term play. Long-term debt, very little debt. Total liabilities, $115 million. Sorry if you're hearing a bunch of banging around. There's a bunch of guys in the warehouse right now working. All right, let's move on to the next one. Yeah, I can turn some music back on here. There, should be on now. There's some nice background music for us all. Jumia Technologies, online marketplace for electronics and fashion among others, targeting several African countries. Interesting. $5 billion market cap. They don't have any earnings. How's their growth going? Pretty good growth. I don't see how it's justified for that huge market cap, but I mean, this is just kind of the trend we're seeing, and the market caps are just so huge. These stock prices are so high, and I just don't know. I don't know if we're either in a situation right now in 2021 where everything is kind of in a bubble, everything is kind of inflated, or if we're in a situation where investors are just caring less about actual earnings and more just what's the share price at? Let me hop in, gain 20%, hop out. It just changes the perspective of investments. So, I mean, they are negative 254 million on $179 million in sales. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. For me, there's a lot of risk here with it being out of the U.S., zero profits, not even close to profitable. There's very high risk here, and it's not a bargain stock either. So personally, for that reason, I'm out on that one. All right, we had another super chat for this one. Yeah, I'll look at iPicks. Let's put these on the list here. And what am I seeing with Sundial? This is bonkers. Yeah, it might be time to take gains with Sundial. I mean, it's had a crazy run up here. You know, if you're up 100% or something like that, it might be a good time to take some gains. All right, let's see here. Big jump from 30 cents to $2. Dang. Nuran Wireless in Canada. Now, why did it jump up so crazy? You guys know just the most obscure stocks, let me tell you. Grant of stock options. Win contract. So I have some kind of contract telecom for Orange in Cameroon. Off the grid power solutions for telecom announces an agreement with Nuran Wireless, a leading supplier of mobile and broadband wireless infrastructure solutions. Smart off the grid power telecom solution as part of the network as a service project. Okay. So it's got a huge contract. Clear blue. We're looking for Nuran. Okay, so they got a contract with the Canadian government. Not seeing what really justifies this big price spike. Market cap of, still a small market cap. Okay, now this is probably more realistic. $13 million market cap on $2 million in sales. We're a little bit more grounded here. Negative net income still. Sales shrunk from 2018 to 2019. So, and from, yeah, sales are quite a bit down. We would have to dig into what exactly is going on there, why sales are down. Because obviously a negative trend isn't a good thing. This is an interesting one. It's not like, well, I mean, if you're comparing it to earnings, it's still overvalued, but we're not looking at a $300 million market cap, which is almost what I would expect at this point with, you know, $3 million in sales. Just to put this in perspective, my company has done this much in sales in a year before, and it, you know, was not worth anywhere near $300 million, or even $15 million for that matter, or $13 million, but it's just not quite as overvalued as we've seen other ones. So we saw a big jump up in the last month, so market cap probably went from 1 million or something like that to 13 million. So that's an interesting one. I don't see why it's, you know, they got that contract, but the contract didn't look like it's life-changing. That's on TXMD. Let me write that one down. Yeah, I don't know. They're a fairly small company. Let's go back over here just for a bit. Okay, now we're down to 13% up on the day. You guys are going crazy on Sundial here. GameStop doing pretty well, 18% today. Let's see, Sundial went up another 10% since the last time I took a look at this thing, up 60% today. Wow. Makes me wish I bought some last week, but I just don't know if it's time now to jump in. Yeah, invest in me. We'll buy a company and take over the world. AMC down to $6.24 a share, but we're still up for the day. Can't complain there. You know, if we finish up 10%, I'll be a happy camper. What's on AQB? Let me write that one down. We got a lot to cover here. Let's pull up Sundial again since you guys are going sicko mode in the chat here with the Sundial. This is in the last month. Man, I mean, it's taking a look at this graph. You really can't. You have to remember that this increase is not based on company fundamentals. It's gone up 5x since the 25th, 15 days-ish, 16 days. That's asking a lot for it to run up even more. The background music is modern classical playlist. Through this website I have a subscription to, so YouTube doesn't get mad at me. I have a moving and storage company. I bought it when I was 19 years old. First month it did $5,000 in sales, and by like month 15 we were at like $78,000 in sales. And then eventually I opened up 3 out-of-state locations. So I opened a location, I'm here in Arizona. I opened a location in Austin, Texas, a location in Salt Lake City, Utah, and one in San Diego. Grew those, and that's when we broke, at like $2 million in sales. It was right about $2 million. And then I eventually sold my out-of-state location so I could focus my attention here in Arizona, open up the storage facility, and that's what I focus on now. But I'm in the market for purchasing another business, probably something in like the electrical contracting space, something much larger, because it's pretty cheap to purchase a business, actually. I'm not being a hater on Sundial. I'm just trying to be realistic here. It's already gone up 5x in half a month. You can't just expect these things to go up forever. No, don't worry. If you did a super chat, I got some notes here. I just can't, I can't mentally do a technical analysis back to back to back for 4 hours straight. I got to take little breaks every once in a while. Look at some charts. Look at some nice colorful charts. Look at the 1 year chart. All right, let's check it out. If you think this is sustainable, you're out of your mind. Yes, it might go up, to here. Don't get me wrong, it might go up. But I just personally believe hopping on right now is trying to hop on a train that's already left the station. But I could be wrong. I don't know everything. It's not financial advice. We were actually just looking at Jushi, or however you say that, the cannabis stock. So if you want to rewind a little bit, you'll be able to see my little analysis on that. Why do I look so stressed? I don't feel stressed at all. If anything, people always say I look too calm doing this. Can you tell me what train is currently boarding passengers? Now that's the question of the day. There hasn't been, so judging by last week, the obscure companies that were really hyped were both HCMC and Sundial Growers. I was hearing about them nonstop. They were up, 20, 30%, but everyone was talking about them. There hasn't really been any very reoccurring obscure companies yet this week that I've seen. So now that I understand this trend a little bit, I'm going to kind of keep my eyes peeled a little bit more on the obscure ones that people are talking about that could be the big winners the next week once the group, a group of investors get their eyes on these, and then we see the huge gains. I don't know who Trevor Lawrence is. All right, let's do some more research here. The next one is Innovation Pharmaceuticals Incorporated. So they've seen a nice little spike. So many companies that have seen a big spike in the last month. Let's see. Phase 2 clinical trials. Let's see here. Okay, so they have COVID vaccine that could kill any mutated versions. All right. The widest shortage in vaccines make the pandemic the scariest global issue, which has already removed over 1 million people from the face of the earth. That's written weird. So they have some kind of potential COVID vaccine, phase 2 clinical trial for treating COVID-19. Okay, so we're seeing some hype here because of the potential ability to treat COVID-19. So I can pretty confidently say that, we saw a big spike here in June too. There must have been some news in June. They probably don't have earnings yet. So a company like this, let me just confirm this real quick. Market cap 135 mil. Yeah, I mean, they barely even have sales, $423,000 in sales. An investment like this isn't necessarily a bad investment. However, the research into this is going to have to be heavily focused on trust of the management. So how I would look into this is trying to listen to the management, see what exactly they have to say, see if they seem competent. Are these people who have done other things in the past? What's their backgrounds? And then it's really a bet on them. It's a bet on the management and, the researchers and the people of the company. It's not a bet on history or, previous returns or anything like that. It's a bet, can they do it? And based on, just the little bit that we've looked up here, obviously I don't know for sure. But we would have to see, sales. So it's a question of, their market cap's 135 million. It's really a question of, can this company do $1 billion in sales in the next year or two? That's the question you should be asking yourself. If yes, then it might be a worthwhile investment. Let's check out AMC here real quick. AMC, still 13%. I'm not complaining for the day. You can't see a 10, 20% swing without expecting it to go back down to earth a little bit as well. All right, next we have Texas MD. Sorry if you did your super chat a long time ago, but I'm slowly going through these. Therapeutics MD is the company. Should you buy Therapeutics MD stock? This was posted 2 days ago. Short-term technical score of 11 indicates that the stock has traded less bullishly over the last month than 89% of stocks in the market. In the drug manufacturers, specialty and generic industry, which ranks 103 out of 146 industries, the stock ranks higher than 21% of the stocks. So it's risen 42% in the past month, closing at $1.42. During this period of time, the stock fell as low as $1.37 and as high as $1.98. Has a price target of $7.40. So based on these technicals, it doesn't look amazing. So we saw a big swing up and then a drop down. Now the question is it going to keep going down or are we going to see another uppity up? Innovative women's healthcare company. Market cap of $764 million. No earnings. Price to sales of 12. Not the craziest we've seen all day. Price to book of 71, that's pretty crazy. Sales of 49 million. So we've seen a big jump in sales between 2018 and 2019. We have to check out what 2020 sales are. You know, if this was up to 200 million, we might be looking at a pretty healthy company just skyrocketing in sales. Definitely no earnings. Yeah, negative earnings. If you appreciate these analyses, just if you wouldn't mind, as a thank you, hitting the subscribe button. I'm doing lots of stock streams, lots of videos on personal investments, news, finance, all things like that. You won't regret the subscribe. This one seems kind of overvalued to me. Aqua Bounty Technologies. It's a biotechnology company based in Maynard, Massachusetts. The company is notable for its research and development of genetically modified fish. Okay. It's gone from $4 to $9. Just closed a public offering of 127 million. High quality seafood. So it's like high quality fish farms, I guess. Salmon farms. Huh. Fresh local salmon raised in the Midwest. Interesting. Sales are pretty small, $186,000 in sales. I'm sure there's no income. $13 million loss. Holy, market cap of 675 million. That is one of the craziest price to sale ratios we've seen all day. That's nuts. Price to sale ratio of 233. That's way overvalued if you ask me. I mean, they would have to do, let's see. I mean, they would have to increase their sales by, I don't know, a factor of 200 to really make this a worthwhile cash flowing investment. Yeah, I don't think this is a good buy. Let's go back over here. Thank you, Mishana, for the subscribe. I appreciate you. The stock I like so far today the most would be that that Vroom stock that we looked at maybe 45 minutes ago. Look at AGTC. Well, that one sounds familiar for some reason. Let's take a look. Applied Genetic Technologies Corporation. Okay, so we're a little scattered, but no huge peaks yet. Market cap 209 million. Big decrease in sales in 2020 though. Oh, we'd have to figure out what attributes for that. 94% decrease in sales. Something going on there. Loss of $45 million. So genetic therapies to treat patients with rare inherited diseases. It was founded in 1999. I'd have to dig more into why their sales dropped down so much. That's GMD. I think I accidentally just deleted one of these super chats. I'm sorry. I missed it though. PYRNF. Let me just add that to the docket. Sugar Made Incorporated. Reveals expansion plans, growing demand, services via bud cars. Okay. Established itself as a vertically integrated farm-to-door solution for cannabis consumers. Sugar Made also plans to broaden its delivery reach when launched in 2020 with in-demand service via its investment in bud cars. What's more, the company will verticalize its model to form a full farm-to-door structure that's expected to produce high-quality branded cannabis products positioned in vertical in-house supply chain. Verticalization is expected to allow Sugar Made to utilize 280E tax deductions connected to the production. Okay, that's interesting. Supply the services of consumable products to specific restaurants and import services of non-medical personnel protection equipment to both businesses and consumers. We already looked at CTRM earlier, Kentucky, so you might want to just rewind a little bit, but I'll do this other one for you. And what else we got here? NOVN long-term. I love a long-term buy. That's on the queue. Let me just put long so I know that, so I remember later. All right, back into SGMD. They're up 71% today. Holy crap. Literally a wall. Wow. That's interesting. I don't know why. I don't see. This must have been hyped up in some kind of forum or something like that, I'm assuming. Because there's no news. Market cap 11 million. Oh, we got a real tiny guy here. You know what? This actually might not be overvalued. Net income is negative, but sales are kind of flatlined. So price to sales ratio, look at how low that is. I mean, one of the last companies we looked at was like 200 and some. Revenue per employee is pretty good too. They must have, yeah, they only have 8 employees. kind of crazy. We're looking at a company with 8 employees. Like, I have more than 8 employees, but this one's public. Market cap. I just don't know why this one is so hyped up. There's no news. Let's see if I can find anything else on it. I don't know. If you can find some reason why. I mean, I know that they have plans to change up their operations a little bit. Okay, let me add TRCH. I know they had some future plans, but I don't see anything that justifies this crazy increase in the last few days. Newsroom, let's see. Let's check out this letter. We would like to express our gratitude for your patience and commitment as we continue to steer SugarMade into what we hope will be a leadership role in the rapidly growing cannabis marketplace as a vertically integrated farm-to-door solution for cannabis consumers. 2020 was a landmark year for SugarMade as we established, through our capital and operational investment in Bud Cars, a cannabis delivery service, a distinct and increasingly vertical model for delivering top cannabis-based products to a growing marketplace. We believe this marketplace remains insufficiently supplied and inconsistently accessible for consumers who want a more reliable quality and greater convenience. I mean, a bet in this one isn't the downside. I mean, I guess there is a kind of big downside because we just jumped up, 70%. But the valuation isn't so crazy. I mean, we're looking at an $11 million market cap. One of the other companies we took a look at earlier had similar sales and was 10 times the market cap. Thank you, CMB. I appreciate that. So there's part of me that wants to just buy some shares of this and see what happens, to be honest. It just seems like the downside is pretty small. It's still a complete speculation because we don't know what's going to happen. You know what? I'm going to buy like $50 worth and just see what happens. See if I can even buy it on Schwab. Let me just pull up this while I'm doing it. All right. I'm buying 8,000 shares of this SGMD just to see what happens. We'll ride that train. There we go. Order received. SGMD. Let me... Trade executed at less than a penny a share. Yeah, I just bought some SGMD. I just want to see full thoughts on the short and long-term outlook on OPTT. Let me just write that down real quick. I got a lot to cover now. Let me add... Oh, not GMD. SGMD. There we go. Let me add this to the watch list. So I put in like $54 or something like that on Sugar Made. This is a fun little... I just don't see the downside being that crazy. Obviously, it's up 70% today, so the downside could be easily 70%. But just company-wise, total value, market cap, 12 million or something like that, the thing's tiny. It's not a crazy valuation, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens. AMC still up 10%. Same with GameStop. Not too shabby. Sundial, where's Sundial? Up 77%. That's crazy. Congrats to anyone who bought Sundial last week. Seriously. I mean, you're probably up, I don't even know, 5 to 10x. Craziness. Well, this Castor Maritime one is pretty interesting. We looked up this one earlier as well. Kind of a lot of volume here in the Sugar Made for such a small company. 273,000 or 1,000 shares in volume in the last minute. Wow. All right, let's take a look at this OPTT. Short and long term. Ocean Power Technologies Incorporated. It's a publicly owned renewable energy company providing electric power and communication solutions services related to offshore applications. So we've seen a pretty big run up in the last 6 months, some ups and downs in the last year. Largely a run up though. Checking out the news. Is Ocean Power Technologies Incorporated stock near the top of the electrical equipment and parts industry. Received an overall rating of 64, which means that scores higher than 64% of all stocks. Ocean Power Technologies Incorporated also achieved a score of 89 in the electrical equipment and parts industry, putting it above 89%. Okay, it doesn't give us a whole lot of info about the company. Is it a winner? Market cap, 171 million. Price to sales ratio is pretty low, which is good. It means it's not going to be crazy overvalued. Revenues aren't very high. $1,680,000 in revenue. $10 million in losses. I mean, these companies are so small that you could probably literally get the owner on the phone if you tried hard enough. I mean, we saw increasing sales, which is great. You know, sales nearly tripled from 2019 to 2020. That's great. Is it worth $171 million? Probably not. I think the price is probably too high to justify a long-term hold. Any play on this would be either an extremely long-term hold, just in my opinion, based on, you know, some kind of information that they're going to have some crazy expansion in the next few years, or you're doing a short-term kind of speculation because there's some hype around it that might, you know, hype up the price a little bit. You know, if this was around $1, it probably would be a good bet either way. We already did the Sugar Made. Let's see if Sugar Made has jumped at all. Still at 7, oh, down to 68% up for the day. Pyrogenesis Canada. Forecasts up to 367% annual revenue growth in Q4 2020. Montreal-based metal powder producer and plasma torch specialist Pyrogenesis has predicted a significant increase in annual revenue within its preliminary Q4 2020 financial results. For 3 months ending December 31st, 2020, the company expects to have generated $3 to $5 million in revenue, a raise between 180% and 367% compared to the $1 million reported in quarter 4 2019. Okay, some strong quarterly results. Oh, it looks like they actually have some earnings, which I love to see. Market cap of $850 million is probably going to be a bit expensive. P/E ratio 76, which is pretty high, especially for an industrial company. You know, you can find an industrial company with a P/E of like 5 to 10. Let's see, I have a kind of significant investment in Nucor. Nucor is a specialty steel producer, and let's just see what their P/E is, just for, and I bought this when it was down 40% from whatever it's at right now. Their P/E is currently 22, and I probably bought it at like 12 to 14. Kind of a similar industry. You can see the P/E is quite a bit higher here. Revenue. So we saw revenue go down in 2019, but then there's reports that revenue has increased significantly. So I think that'll change dramatically. They have some earnings though. No net income, no. But how does that work? How do they have a P/E ratio with no earnings? That doesn't make sense to me. So we're seeing a real big run up. Have some hype going on here. I guess this is because of the Q4 reporting. Up 25% today. This is another question of management. Can the management continue this growth and become profitable? That's the real question. What do I think about hedge funds buying more shares in AMC? I think that's a wonderful thing because they're not the type of buyer to, you know, jump in and out the next day. They're going to buy and hold, and that's what we need. We need less shares available for people to buy. That way the supply and demand equation changes up a little bit and the price goes up. Thank you to everyone who's subscribing. We're up like 500 during this stream, so I appreciate each and every one of you. And for those of you who haven't subscribed, what are you even doing? What are you doing with your life? You should hit that subscribe button. I need some more caffeine. Still up a solid 10% here. Thank you, Lycan. Appreciate that. Sundial up 73%. Sugar Made up 73%. That means I'm up 2% on my little investment. Maybe this will be the big stock of next week, and I'll turn my $50 into maybe $100. Can I give my opinion on car lots? Let's see. Let me just add that to the list of stuff to look up. James says he highly recommends Rule Number 1 by Phil Town, teaches value investing. I'll have to check that out because I'm a big fan of value investing. You guys are going crazy over Sundial. I'll be curious to see what Sundial's at a week from now. But good for all of you who are making money in the meantime. Why can't I buy SGMD on Webull? I'm not sure. I bought mine on Schwab. Everyone gets mad at me every time I talk about Sundial potentially going down, but I mean, we just look at the graph here. This obviously is not sustainable. You know, it's a boom. We might see it go up higher, but you know, it's not going to go up forever. Nor is it going to stay at this level, if we're being honest with ourselves. It might go down a bit and then stay at that level, but you know, we have to be realistic. Congrats on your Sundial wins, though. That's great. Okay, let's do some more analysis here. Bore drilling. Interesting. Got a bullish rating on Monday. I need to avoid that website. It never gives any real information. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is 3 weeks ago, but reaches agreements with creditors to improve liquidity. So they might be in some kind of debt issue. Bore Drilling has become the latest company operating in the oil and gas sector to complete a refinancing designed to improve liquidity and address financial pressures brought on by the continuing weakness in the sector. Okay. They refinanced some debt recently, which is okay news. It's not great. It means that they weren't in the greatest debt position in the first place. nearly doubled, about 80% up. Big jump in revenues, that's good. Net income, geez, a loss of $2.6 billion. Market cap. Strangely low market cap relative to financials. Price of sales, 2.77. Have they been like a higher price at some point in the past? Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. So they've been on a downward trend. They've been up to 26 bucks. They're way down. I don't really like the graphs on Market Watch. Yikes, okay. Interesting. So it kind of seems to me like there's not really much lower to go here. You know, they refinance some debt. This is one of those situations where within the next year, either they're bankrupt or this price is 10 bucks or something, you know, something like that. It's an interesting play though. You know, with that refinancing of debt, I don't think they're gone in the next month. What resources would you suggest to someone to learn the market from the ground up, regardless of time, investment, efficiency being the priority? For me, I think one of the biggest advantages is just learning how to read financial statements. If you can do that, you can build a real realistic picture of how to value investments. Of course, that gets complicated when you're looking at businesses with no earnings, because a lot of it is based on earnings. As far as valuing investments in different sectors of new companies, the best way to do this would be specialize in one sector. You know, become the expert at electric cars or at offshore drilling or whatever area you want to be an expert in. Then you'll have better insights as to what are the companies to place your big bets on, because really it's very hard to value a company without earnings. Unless you're an expert in the industry, it's pretty much a bet. All right, here we have a long investment for, what company is this? Novan? Okay. They've had a nice little run up in the last 6 months, some ups and downs in the last year, but overall we're at some peaks. Oh, we have another big old drop from previous times. At one point been up to 28 bucks. It's a nitric oxide based medicine. Okay. Regains compliance with NASDAQ minimum bid price. Okay. Back on the NASDAQ. And let's see here, Market Watch. So they must have had some real bad press or something that happened here. Novan tumbles on a failed trial. That was on January 3rd. $280 million market cap. Price of sales, 17-ish. Revenue only 4.9 million. Now, I wonder what happened like 5 years ago when this thing was so hyped up. Because obviously they didn't have the sales to really justify that. You know, there was some kind of hype. Not a huge surprise. No earnings. Negative $30 million. Let's see if we can. Let's see what we got as far as news. Novan completes enrollment in B Simple 4 pivotal phase 3 study, treatment of molluscium. This is one of those tricky ones. Nothing jumps out to me as especially good or bad. You know, it's a relatively small company. Yeah, there's not much to comment on here. It's just like a small company. I don't see anything that really sways me either way. Seems a little overvalued, but Torchlight Energy Resources, Plano, Texas. Big old jump recently. You guys like the stocks that have had huge jumps in the last month, that's for sure. News. Reduces 20 million share secondary priced. Not a whole lot of news here. Financials. Not even $1 million in sales in 2019. What's their market cap? I mean, this is kind of crazy. Not even $1 million in sales, market cap over $2 million. No way they have any earnings. Yeah, 10 million in losses. I don't know. That one's a real big risk. It seems to me like that's a company that's barely even started with less than $1 million in sales and a ton of investment. Very unimpressive, if you ask me. You know, they could be working on something that I don't know about, obviously, but I don't see any big deals or anything, just offering stock. All right. Here we have a SPAC, Acquisition Corp. So we saw a big old spike and then a downtrend. That's kind of interesting. Kind of at a real low point. Wonder if they refactored some debt or something. About 3 months after opening the first car lot store a decade ago, Michael Bohr and his partners knew selling used vehicles on consignment might be the winning business model. They had 13 cars available for sale on an opening day in spring 2011 that had the first location in Chesterfield County. 3 months later, every available space was taken. People were regularly coming to us with $10,000 offers from dealers for their cars, but we were able to sell those cars for $13,000 or $14,000. We're netting $7,000 more after our fees. Okay. Going public by merging with a special purpose acquisition company that already trades on the NASDAQ. It's an interesting strategy for sure. I like the big thinking. It's an interesting one for sure. Let me see if there's even any financials. Let's see. $1 billion market cap. That seems kind of outrageous. Yeah, no data available. I don't know if the price is justified. It's obviously more justified than it was back in this point of time. That's all we have for now. All right, AMC up 9%. If we can finish around 10%, that'll be a good day. If you're new here, make sure you are subscribed. Let's see. We're almost to 162,000 subscribers. If you're new here and you haven't subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Get this up to 162,000 for more stock news, investment news, small business news, just ways to make you money. We did an analysis of Jushi a little bit earlier. Really curious why you spend your days doing this. Are you trying to be a YouTube star? Are you trying to educate? I think both. Obviously, I want to, get bigger and bigger on YouTube. It allows me to meet interesting people. It's a good source of individual income. I have time because my business is completely delegated out. And also, I do like to teach and educate. I think I'm pretty good at explaining things. And after about 500 videos posted, I have a decent knack for it, I think. I enjoy it. I own a moving and storage business. Dang, we're down to plus 8%, plus 6.5%. Wonder how strong we'll finish the day on. Be real happy with the 10%, 10% finish for the day. Another thing about YouTube is it plays into my addiction to work because there's just always more you can do. There's always another video you can make. There's always another stream you can do. So that's one thing about my moving company. Like at the end of the day, there's like, okay, there's nothing else for me to do here. But with YouTube, you can just constantly do more things. So I'm a little addicted to work. Let's see here. And I hope these finish off strong. That would sure be nice. Oh yeah, music, I forgot. These playlists are only like half hour long, so I always forget to keep on playing them. Let's see here. Let's try out lively strings. I've been going with the classical music for today. I'm glad the audio is fixed though. That's awesome. I work while watching you work. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Have it up on a second screen. If hear something that piques your interest, check it out. Say hi. Let's check out Sundial here, up 76%. Same with SugarMate, up 78%. My little investment's up like, what is that, 7% or something? Not too shabby. Sundial just shy of $3. You guys are going crazy in the chat about Sundial. If you haven't subscribed already, we're just about to 162,000. You might be the 162,000th subscriber. And I think let's see. Thoughts on EVA long term? Let's check this one out real quick. Thank you for your subs. I appreciate you. Nice little run up in the last 6 months and the last year. Let's see, world's largest producer of industrial wood pellets, an energy source that's used to generate electricity and heat. Enters an overbought territory. Excuse me. Imagine if I just had a huge booger hanging from my nose. How horrible would that be? NVIDIA Partners EVA has moved higher as of late, but there could definitely be trouble on the horizon for this company because EVA is now in overbought territory with an RSI value of 71.16. Relative Strength Index, that is. Okay. $2 billion market cap. Looks like it has some earnings. Crazy high PDE ratio. Price to sales 1.75. Revenue of $678 million. And increasing at a pretty steady clip. That's not bad. Net income, negative last year. Looks like they might be doing some big investments. Seems like an okay company. If you're thinking about this company and you like the management and you like the direction it's taking, it might be a good investment. Of course, they would need to increase their sales dramatically in order to make up any investment right now if it's for a real long-term hold, you know. Basically, the question you ask yourself is, can management turn this $678 million in sales into, you know, something like $2-3 billion? That would justify the price right now. Of course, with earnings. We can't have no earnings. All right, I think that's going to do it for today. I didn't plan on going for over 5 hours, but yet here we are. I have some other work I need to go do. So if you're new here, again, subscribe. Sorry if you've already subscribed and I keep on saying that. Like the stream if you enjoyed it. We are just shy of 162,000 subscribers, so we might hit that. Anyways, I'd like to thank you for watching. I'll be back later on this week with some more streams for stocks and various investments, digging into what's a good investment. Maybe I'll make some purchases myself. And yeah, that's going to do it. Thanks again for tuning in.